project? Group 1, where are you?
Yeah, we are here, Juliana.
Yes.
Just we are planning to all of our team members will be present by part, not one person to showcasing the all the presentations.
Okay. Yes, of course.
I think that is someone. Okay.
So can we start?
Yes, please.
Hang on. Let me adjust this. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our group presentation. I'm representing Group 1, and I'm very lucky this afternoon because I'm with five team. With five team, with all of them come from different countries, from 5 corners of the world. And I'm very lucky because my team has a mountain of experience with a wealth of knowledge, and I'm very lucky to be part of them. Okay, let me introduce the team by introducing myself first. Okay, I'm Juliana Jimis from Sabah, Malaysia. I graduated from the Hawaii Pacific University with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, majoring in travel industry management. I'm a leader in one of the NGOs in my place in Sabah, Malaysia. I'm also an NLP practitioner and language trainer. I have over 20 years of experience in teaching, training, as well as coaching in hospitality, as well as communication course, involved in NGOs, the indigenous NGO promoting the Kadazan ethnic language and community work. And I also have an extensive knowledge in dealing with people from all walks of life while serving with Malaysia Airlines for more than 11 years. First job. Okay, let's move on to my next team. He is from Egypt. His name is Muhammad Ashraf. He holds an Egyptian peace builder, lives in Cairo. Holds a Bachelor of Military Science and Masters in Planning and Development, and has a solid background in the field of peace and been working as a military traditional observer, international observer for UN peacekeeping mission in Darfur, and as a team leader of the Observation and Verification Committee to Algeria's peace treaty. And he also has worked under disarmament, demobilization, and the list goes on. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Muhammad Al-Habash. Okay, Muhammad Al-Habash is from Palestine. He's a lecturer in Al-Aqsa University, lives in Palestine, Gaza. He has actually a ground experience in the conflicts and also war in Gaza. He is a senior lecturer and had horrible experience in facing Israel force because they have waged war against them, killing the civilians, destroying and trying new weapons and people and buildings. And he said perhaps it's a mass destruction weapon. And our digital expert, Ananda Kumar Biswas, he's from Bangladesh. A brief glance of Mr. Ananda. He has a mountain of experience in a peace builder and also involved in several social and community development projects for the welfare of society, and a Rotary Peace Ambassador, Asia Cohort, and an IEP Peace Ambassador. He was also awarded 2 minor grants from Action Aid Bangladesh, also worked as a child protection coordinator for Caritas Bangladesh at the Rohingya refugee camp in Cox number 39, Bazaar, Bangladesh. And last but not least, we have Dr. Iram due to the exigency of work, she might not be able to join us this afternoon, but I can, introduce you her background. Dr. Iram Batul, he's a PhD holder. She's an associate professor of psychology at the Bahauddin Zakaria University, Multan, Pakistan, and has more than 18 years of teaching and research experience, recognized as an expert in psychology at national level and part of many academic bodies. And she's also working as an associate editor of many recognized journals and author of more than 50 scientific articles. Social and volunteer work and peace building is her interest areas. And she loves to travel and watch movies on social issues. Okay, next I will pass on to my team on why we choose this proposed project. I'll pass back to Ananda.
Okay. No, it's me.
Oh, sorry, to Ashraf. Muhammad Ashraf from Egypt.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Juliana. First, I request that we didn't expect that the introduction bio will take this time. So if we can give us some extra minutes because it takes so long, kindly, Dr. Alberto. So the topic is achieving, the topic title is achieving peace and security through sustainable and equitable development. Okay, what are the reasons for choosing to work this proposed project? We choose this project after we learned from each other experience. This topic about conflict. And we came to result that the most causes of any conflict are confined in some data. It's corruption, the failure of implementing social injustice, the class inequality, tribal and racial, religious prejudice, and the lack of equal and equitable development. And we found that we need to work in and on conflicts rather than working around them. Focusing roots, not the branches. It means that we are going to focus on people themselves, not the more focus it will be on people, and the less will be in the stakeholder and the other. So our conclusion is achieving equal and equitable development will be able to gradually eliminate the causes of most conflict. We believe in the effectiveness of qualitative, appropriate, and tangible developmental intervention for the local community in every stage of the conflict. This will enable the appropriate peace effort or operation for each stage, whether it was peace building or peacemaking, and peace enforcement or peacekeeping. This will enable the team to include all possible means and the concept of peace which are adopted by ICCTP Center during our interaction with the conflict stages through using all kinds of peace activities which we took from this center. The next slide. What are its goal? What was the goal and the objective of this topic? The objective of this proposal is to define a new approach to peace and security through sustainable and equitable development in conflict areas. So the development intervention has a positive and sensitive impact at all stages of conflict. We are going to take advantage of this. goal of this project is to provide applicable guideline in different conflict areas. So it will set the direction for the ICCTP team to promote peace and security. Finally, we can replace the violent conflict with development. And I will take the floor to my brother Ananta.
No sound. Ananda, no sound. Ananda?
Okay, yeah. The thing is that right now we are focusing on the location where we will implement the project. Primarily we are designing or thinking this project applicable for the different conflict region or areas in the universe. But thing is, the ICCTP will organize this project based on our guideline, based on our project ideas, and that could be the showcasing in anywhere people can utilize our guideline to implement in there. So the basically thing is that the different conflict areas would be our targeted to implement the project. And then the project carry out. So how can the project methodology and prosecutorial task and operational strategy, timeline and schedule. Okay, so this part we are focusing on the according to the conflict nature, and it could be carried out by the committee, observation committee and monitoring team who are directly observe the situation, and then the political and social analysts also utilize our project, and we have a team of psychologists, so they can easily support to the project implementation area, and the media, environmental analyst or academia, international peace focus agency, and obviously the ICCTP expert in all branches. They can easily carry out this project in the further way. Then the methodology of this project, this could be the guideline to carry out the conflict area through these methods, like the United Peace Mission, then other international agency. Basically, the focus on the peace mission, basically the European Union, African Union, or any non-development organization, and regional organization around the countries, and international stakeholders, those who are passionate about to promote the peace. And the second professional task is the convincing the people by using all the mass media, by social media specialists, basically that is to promote the larger scale and to motivate people. Yes, these tools could be the tools for eradicating the conflict scenario. And obviously dissemination of the guidelines, such as a training or workshop, through the training and workshop for the better scale up, and to basically that is the empowerment the people to be a social agent or to be a peace agent to that community, and implementation that their community, and directing the psychological operation activities into the local community to motivate and qualify people, the mental psychologically for all the coming peace process activities. Basically, we are focusing also the psychological part. Basically, we are going through in the implementation, we are facing some obstacles and are facing some undesirable situation, then our mental health is not working. So as our project, we can also motivate people, and obviously through social counsel, through psychological counseling and mental health related issues. And this project, that is the operational strategy, and according to our nature of this conflict might be the tactical development cooperation, like regional, local and international or level, then the regional cooperation like peace and conflict related focus institute like our course is led by that university, and others academia, those who are operating our project in their institute and their targeted project or project, and the strategic development cooperation like international donor agency, UN, then international stakeholder, then academia also the part of that. And the another operation is operation is the there are three types of intervention. Addresses of is the corner of the conflict tangible and promote peace and the security. Basically, we are the tangible thinking about the peace, conflict, and then promote peace and security. And the promoting the dialogue. Dialogue could be the one of the tools to eradicate or reduce the conflict situation, and that program on the culture of the violence and education, media reconciliation, mediation, and other activities to influence the people awareness and opinion addressed to the violent behavior. Then the promoting the security. Okay, this part is activity as the civil peace space monitoring, observe function and information distribution, promotion and monitoring, disarmament, demobilization, and the collection and destruction of small arm and light weapons and the demining end. Okay, and the final one is the promoting the structural stability activities such as the weapon control by SSR, other programming with more directly impact on the poverty reduction, economic growth, democracy, governance, and pluralistic media, human rights, HIV/AIDS, and reduction of the corruption and sustainable uses of the control of the nature. Basically, we are focusing these three, like promoting dialogue, promoting dialogue, then promoting security, and promoting the structural sustainability. These three parts are more important to establish our project, and that could be our operational strategy. And now so now the timeline. So we are initially fixed the timeline is the August 2022 to July 2023, and that timeline could be that depends on the area of conflict or depends on our desirable solution making but analysis part. But we are planning to 1 year stay this project, and schedule would be carry out in the further. But we are the fixed up the analyzing the context by August 2022, and now the part is Muhammad Abba. So I invite him to take out the final part of our presentation. Is she available or internet difficulties? Juliana, please
Yes.
take it. Is she available or is he available or not? Muhammad.
He's supposed to know that he should be here. We already given him the announcement, but maybe you can just continue. We are running out of time.
Okay.
So I will continue. I will continue. Yes, I will continue. What will be likely outcome project? It's the outcome of the project. As you see, the people from the conflict will be benefit at the end by promoting peace and security, and also they will be benefiting by contributing to prevention of poverty and support de-escalation in conflict, increasing the likelihood of sustainable and equitable development. And also they will have both government and people guidelines, and for even the team who are going to implement the peace agenda also have the guideline to resolve conflict. The other,
Okay. So the final part. Mohammed, please carry on.
Okay, yes, okay. So this is the final part about the potential problem obstacles that we are going to face, maybe, or and the solution. It may be a scenario that maybe one of party conflict has no wishes to end the conflict peacefully. So we have it may the solution of this and this may be external intervention to we can rely on external intervention also to make give them a motivation, tangible motivation, like for the stakeholder or the leader, in order to convince their parties in order to follow the agenda of peace, calling the assistance of international organization, neighborhood, or other intervention. Next.
Okay, next the questionnaire part. So
I want to answer the question of Dr. Alberto about why we didn't use the a summary of sustainable development. I want to add that in practically in the stages of the conflict itself, we are going to choose the suitable and the proper and the qualitative developmental intervention to the according to the situation of the conflict. For example, in peacekeeping or no, before to make a preventive or proactive activity to not to have escalation of the conflict. So it's a indicated development intervention, and so on the other conflict stages and transformations. And also that this step of development intervention will support, and it will be as a motivation for all steps of means we are going to take. So this is the process we are going to do, how to replace the conflict by development, how to make a development as a support for all pieces activities that we got during the center to be included, and we have the luxury and all possibilities to put it in according to the adjusted time.
Okay, thank you.
May I close the presentation or screen share option?
Sure, yeah.
It's yes.
Yeah. I'm very impressed with the amount of work that you have put in such a short time, and to come up with something, you know. Now, first of all, if you're going to design a project, and you got to think in terms of, I'll give you my views, but you know, for you to consider, and this is generally for everyone, you know, to take into consideration. When you're coming up with a project, sometimes it's fantastic to have this big projects in mind, but then you also have got to take into consideration that there are 4 of you. And when I was listening to your project, I was saying, oh my God, this will take 15 years to do, you know? So sometimes it's good to, in a project, and you know, Muhammad Ashraf, you know, what you mentioned was fantastic. It can be a project itself to find out, you know, like in these conflict areas, to actually talk to the people and the various sorts of parts of what your project is to do with dialogue. And okay, let me put it now, you know, I'm a critique, okay? So for me, when I listened to your project, I felt very much like as if it's a UN project, you know, so it's so big, you know, and I'm impressed, you know, I'm really impressed by the way the four of you have come up with this project, perhaps, you know, but the feasibility, will you be able to carry out, just the four of you with limited resources you have, such a big project? So then the other thing, it will be good, you know, for you to consider some of the kinds of what this course has covered, because we could have easily presented to you a very mainstream kind of course. I mean, yesterday you would have heard like four young peace scholars, you know, presenting their views. So what we have to consider now is that we have, for example, we have all the peacekeeping run by the UN. We have so many sort of courses being offered in peace studies right around the world. You are being presented with fantastic concepts and practices. There is sustainable development. From 2015, Sustainable Development Goals was announced, enunciated as a project. Now we are coming to 2030, where the 15-year project is supposed to end. So if you start reading about that, it's a total failure. In all the various 17 that they have mentioned, the goals, and some are blaming it on the pandemic. But long before the pandemic, there was absolutely no way of reaching it. One critique has actually pointed out, in terms of sustainable development, for 30 years, you know, sustainable development, from the time it was announced in 1985, we have got more inequality. We have got more problems in terms of environmental consequences, and all the various things that sustainable development is supposed to achieve or to resolve has in fact worsened. So we are living in a world that is, in fact, after 30 years or 40 years of sustainable development, is bad. So think in terms of a much more. This is for everyone. Okay, I'm not trying to critique your project, but think in terms of all the various presenters who have talked about. Paul Komisarov talked about climate change as an issue. We have various other speakers. Jenny Murphy and I, we mentioned, you know, some of the critical perspectives. One of the things there was the decolonizing project, you know. So the course itself, we designed the course and we framed it in such a way that it's going to give you perspectives that alternative, you know, very much alternative to the ones that you have at the moment. So the project itself, you know, from our perspective, I think it is a fantastic project. You tick all the boxes in terms of how you have come up with it, how you're going to go about it, and we are not assessing in that basis. But if it's going to be a creative project, then you've got to start thinking sort of more creatively. And the best way to start, I would think, is put all the UN books aside, because they are what we call the UN rhetoric, the speech, the nice words, you know, the slogans that they use, and and make poverty history. They all sound amazing, you know, fantastic. So let's think about ways of how you can be a bit more kind of, you know, come up with you know, the various presenters have given you some ideas, and so think of how those ideas can help you to you know, to kind of reframe, you know, the what I'm trying to say is that the topic that you have is fantastic. Your goals are fantastic. You know, you want to make change happen. But are you going to make change happen if you bring out the same old tired way of looking at the world? You know? So this is the thing that is
Same old what?
oh, sorry, same old tired way, because for the last 50 years, I mean, presenting it from a critique. Yeah. So for the last 50 years of my academic career, I've got tons of books here, right? And the books, every time you get the same, they say, you know, what they would say is that, like what I talked about in terms of development. Every time you critique development, development comes up with something new. So you critique development, and this is really, if you recall yesterday, I said I can't use the word development anymore because it is such a loaded word. A loaded word. You know, you come from Egypt, for example, and what it does is that we have been, in a way, all these concepts that are being introduced to us, we have accepted it. You come from Egypt, and you know, Ananda comes from Bangladesh, and Juliana from Malaysia, and you know, so what you can do is that where is your own country coming from? This is very much like what a country like the US would present, you know. So think about your own, you know, does this sit nicely with you? Do Egyptians need more development, or do Egyptians need something more creative? But the project itself is fine. We're not going to get you to rethink. Sorry, we're not going to get you to submit a different project. Not at all. But do start thinking more creatively in terms of, you know, from your own perspective. When each one of us speak here, we are speaking from, yeah, I mean, for me, you know, I'm speaking from, as is quite clear to you, I'm speaking from what I've learned from indigenous peoples. If you go to like a Maori, you know, community, and you say you want to start development, they're going to kick you out, because, you know, all the kinds of work that has been done among the Maoris itself. If you go to certain parts of Egypt and you talk about development, they're not going to be, because they know what it brings.
Okay, but we are talking, sir, excuse me for answering.
Sure. Please do.
This is about the conflict. Alhamdulillah that Egypt doesn't have conflict now. I'm talking about the scenarios of conflict. If Egypt has a conflict, if every conflict has the roots or has some causes that I may have mentioned in the okay. And I found that a development, because according to my experience, I have found in the Africa and the following some other as an inspector in other mission, even if I was not international observer, I saw that the root problem, the main problem of all conflicts is a conflict, because it's a development, the failure of development. Yes, because the development is a broadened word, and we can include under it a lot of meaning, like social development, economic development, and every branch we can imagine, cultural, artists, everything. So that's why I found in development, and I put some sustainable, like me. I'm a military man, and I be in the practical operational land, and I saw that we are going to achieve a project. It must be sustainable. No, practically in the ground, I want which can suit the situation of the conflict to de-escalate first. That's why, for example, I wanted equitable development and sustainable. Sustainable is a big dream. When the country, we are going to make it as a big project, but we as a equitable because it's a root, the cause of some problem which make a conflict. So because marginalized people not well distribution of resources. Some parts have because of discrimination and something.
Yes. Sorry, I get your points, but the thing is that in any kind of work that you're doing, if you have a certain point of view, I mean, Mohammad Ashraf, when I started my career, the way I think at that time is almost totally different from the way I think now. And the reason for this is because of, when we talk about dialogue, it is talking, yes, but it is also listening. So it is really important that I'm not suggesting that this is what I want you to think. Okay? This is definitely not my objective here. But what I'm suggesting for you is to explore other ways of thinking. So the link that I sent you, have a look and then start reading a bit more, so that the ideas that you have now are really problematic, precisely because there are so much, literally lots of evidence to demonstrate that development has actually brought about much more conflict than it has solved. So when someone makes a statement like that, then I think it's really important to look at it. So I'm not saying that. So the other thing is, I'll send you a link to a book which was published years ago, by a person called Walter Rodney. And it was published in the 1970s. And his book is entitled How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And in that book itself, a short book, well written, you can read in his critique in 1970s about all the problems that you have in Africa at the moment is to do with the way development has been implemented. And so when you criticize development, and as it was in the 1970s, so those people who want to promote development, they will make it look nicer. So you have social development, participatory development, sustainable development, but the problem is the word development. But your aim, your objective is fantastic. I know where you're coming from. But the thing is that do look at ways of how you can, in your toolbox that you're taking to your work, look at how you can come up with more tools rather than the old tools that that have been provided. Because and we will have a conversation of this, Mohammed Ashraf. I will send you some material, and
With my pleasure.
yeah, and it's not, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'm not, I don't believe in criticizing anyone, but what I'm do is in a spirit of dialogue, I want to invite someone to look at the different points of view, and then at the end, you might decide that what you want to do is exactly the way you want to do it is fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's not in any way, don't get me wrong, but this is for everyone. Yeah. So in any project, but it's a fantastic start. The amount of work that you put in is just incredible. I was sitting here totally impressed with the amounts in such a short period of time. Now
Thank
we
you,
have
sir.
taken a lot of time, and my apologies. I think I have taken more time than I ought to, but I thought that it's important to clarify this so that the other group and so can we have the next group? And instead of going from group to group, may I suggest that any of the groups that are ready to present, would you like to go next?
Thank you.
Okay, who do we have? Oh, we have Carmen and Adrian. Are there questions, or do you want to go?
No, we want to go. We are in the same group.
Okay. All right. Carmen, and which group is this?
Group 2. We're group 2.
Group 2. Okay, wonderful. And you have got 2 new members, don't you?
We have 1 new member. Like we are now 6 in the group.
You got 6. Oh, but then some have not been attending. Is that
Yeah,
right?
3 of them. Yeah, only
Okay.
3 of us worked on the
Yeah.
activity.
Because we are assuming that the other 3 may have left course because we really don't
Yeah.
know who are there. And before you start, I just want to congratulate Adrian. He defended his thesis.
Thank you. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we are group 2 and we are going to present our project proposal. So the title of our project proposal is Youths Facilitating Peace Process in Diversity. I have with me my group mates, Adrian Pablo Cardozo Rios, me, Carmen Lea Tidarang, 3, Pidmia Shato Tita, 4, Priyanshu Singh, 5, Emmanuel Shaw, 6, Ngum Ifimfania Keming. So these are the members of group 2. So let me share what are the reasons for choosing to work on the proposed project, which is our title. So young people are frequently left out of peace conversations and peace efforts around the world as political leaders. So attempt to address the major political, social, and economic concerns that fuel war. So youth themselves sometimes are in push and active enough to have them in dialogue spaces. So youth must also use their voices beginning from their little spheres of influence. So we should also put their thoughts, sometimes their thoughts are not heard because we feel as an adult that they are young enough, not old enough to be part of the peace process, or their opinions are sometimes being neglected because of their age. Sometimes we feel that they are not matured enough to handle this kind of serious discussion. So these are our objectives. So we have here painting peace to learn how students from elementary, secondary, and tertiary perceive it. So we will going to ask our participant to paint something, and then they will going to explain, paint something on how they define peace, and then they will going to discuss that one. So that is one of our objectives. And then we are going to discuss peace according to their perception. And then we are going to empower our youth in their contribution to peace through discussing their roles to achieve it. So for goals, we increase the youth's contribution to peace building. Second is strengthening democracy and inclusive politics, and working to improve community security, shape, and behavior of the youths. So I will going to give the floor now to my group mate, Adrian.
Thank you, Leah. Could you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so the methodology about how we are gonna develop the project here. We will take students from different ages, starting from 10 years old until 21, when they are getting to university, college, or whatever study they will start. The idea will be do this project through drawings, illustrations, so the students could use this as a way of expression and we could see like what they do understand for like the word peace itself. And yeah, so we consider that it might be changing from the ages, the meaning and also the way of drawing or the symbols or whatever they decide to do it. So we consider this as a way of expression that could be really interesting to get at the end to analyze. Next, please. Yeah, so we will take, as we are from different countries now, and we will take like each of us of the project, we will take 20 participants, and this will be divided between like 5 each group of age that we will handle. So in total could be like depending of the countries that will be participated, but we count more or less like 100 participants in total. The idea will be to do it like somewhere like during this month. We didn't want to put like a dates at the end because maybe just like will be too much rush. But yeah, we could do it either than the start of the academic year as well. So and it might be for a month or less. So in 1 week maybe we can start having all like the content and the results, and then start to analyzing and just like wrapping up everything. So yeah, the next one, please. What will be the outcome of the project? As Leah mentioned before, empowered youth, and then the awareness of their role in peace, because they are sometimes left out, and like as for the political leaders, for example, they are not that considered. That's why they are kept in like limbo place. And yeah, so then also we would like to encourage the inclusion of youth in the talks about peace. And then next one, please. Yeah, the potential problem that we could thought about this will be like the audience, like we mean the audience, like the students that will support us in the project might not be motivated enough to support us. Maybe, I don't know, for any kind of reason. Could be either the topic, or could be just are not like the expectations that they wanted to share with us. Then also, as we are working with young students underage, will be like parental consent maybe that we might be missing here or not, but that's why we need to be really picky and be talkative before. And then getting youths who are willing to talk as well. That's why we need people who want to express themselves. And then security challenges in conflict-prone areas, like in case, for example, in Cameroon, was mentioned one of our classmates. Yeah, that will be mainly the potential problems that we can find here. Next one.
That's it.
Is that all? Okay. So yeah, that will be. I don't know if you have something else to add, but yeah.
Yeah, let me add something. Mia, still from the same group.
Yes.
We chose our peace facilitating peace processes, because we think that through their work of arts, here we want to actually exhibit their work of arts in peace building in whatever area they've been focusing on, as little as it may sound, but we also want to accompany them in achieving this their particular goal in whatever activity they've been carrying out. For example, when I brought up that I was thinking about some little things that we do back home. We Defy Hate Now. We actually bring together youth. Some do painting, some do singing, some play football for peace, just whatever they can for us to accompany them in this very in the peace process. So that's how we discussed and we came about the presentation that we have. We also will want to look at these areas that are very prone, because security challenges will warrant us to stay on one position. For example, yesterday we had gunshots all over. I live in a conflict-prone area, and it may be difficult sometimes to go out there to get what you want. But I think that with the use of technology also, it is an added advantage for us to also get these people tell their stories. Also, we're not missing out on the part where we will have to know how these youths also have used technology in the way they want to promote peace. We will hashtag it Tech for Peace and see how some youths too have been using their various social media handles to promote peace. Thank you very much.
That would be all for group 2.
Can I make some comments? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I came into your room while you were talking about this. I must say that I was very, very impressed with this project. I think it's an excellent project. It's a project that is, very, very important, because when we think about peace, we often think about dialogue between adults, and kids or young people are mostly forgotten, right? But as we heard from our speakers yesterday in the Challenges to Peace Building session, while men may be involved in violent conflict, it's the women and the children who bear much of the brunt of the violence that is visited upon them. So it's an entire community thing. So to involve children and look at them and how they think about peace is extremely important, because they are going to be the future generation, and they are going to grow up. They may not have confronted peace, but the memories of the violence that they have, that has been visited upon them, becomes part of their life history too. Especially they've lost kinsmen, right, parent, relatives, friends, and stuff. So I think it's an excellent project, and I don't have much to add to it, except to say that I remember when I was many years ago. I had heard a presentation by this NGO group in Aceh, Indonesia, and how this NGO group was actually using art as a kind of therapy, So they were telling the children who had been, in this violence-struck area to actually use art as a way of healing. So art becomes a form, drawing, paint, becomes a form of therapy as well. I think Padmia mentioned that, right? They do drawing, they do painting, they do football, they engage in various activities, but it also becomes a form of healing as well. That is something, to think about, especially in conflict areas. So I have nothing more to add, but it's an excellent project, and really looking forward to your final work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert, did you want to say anything? Doesn't look like Albert is here. So if that's the case, can we move on to the next group? Who would like to present, please? The next group. Okay, Roger, group 3. Okay, go ahead, Roger. The floor is yours. Your group section.
For a while. Good afternoon, everyone from the Philippines. in behalf of the group 3, this is Dr. Rajan Habor, and I will be presenting our peace project, which is still in progress. Our peace project is entitled Teach Peace, Build Peace. It is a creative and collaborative pedagogies for peace. Our project team, we have Ida Fitriani from Indonesia, yours truly, Dr. Rajan Habor from the Philippines, Dr. Vijay Kumar from India, and Sosani Saadi from Lebanon. So we have here the rationale. Why do we have to carry out this project? Peace is one of the qualities that people should strive for in order to be engaged and responsible citizens in a democratic society, which was according to Cossey, Cordigan, Bayer, 2016. Teaching is one approach to spread a culture of peace. Peace and education, as stated by Danish 2011, are intricately linked in civilization, meaning they are inseparable aspects. Acknowledging the crucial role of education, peace studies or peace education has been offered as a subject in several higher education in the institutions, I believe, not just in the Philippines, but also in other countries. So, along with recognizing the importance of peace, which is not just merely the absence of war, but the holistic concept of peace is the crucial role of education. The next question is, how are we going to teach peace to our students? How are we going to, our teachers, to provide a learning experience which is more meaningful, lasting, enduring, and it is appropriate or responsive to the 21st century learning setup? The goals and objectives. I believe that we cannot proceed to the next level unless we strengthen the foundations of our students, as well as of our teachers. It is to enhance the knowledge and understanding of the students on the content areas or concepts, attitudes, values, and skills on peace education. So if you're going to look at it, you do not only cater to the cognitive level of the students, but it is also going to address the values, the attitudes, which is the affective domain, and of course, the psychomotor, which are skills. There are several concepts, there are several attitudes and values and skills that needs to be developed for an individual to be an active agent of peace. So what is really our goal? What is going to be the end point of this project? We wanted to introduce pedagogies which are creative and collaborative, which is a collaboration or integration of the present pedagogies which are being used in teaching. So in short, we wanted to come up with something which is innovative and more responsive to the 21st century learners. By coming up, it could be a curriculum guide or a teaching manual, which we can share to our fellow teachers, or we can implement to the university where we are presently affiliated. So what is the target? How are we going to carry out this project? I believe that for a project or for an objective to be materialized, we put in our mind the acronym SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bounded. since my fellow team member is also affiliated in a university in India, Dr. Vijay, and I am also affiliated in a university here in the Philippines. So what we can come up is that we are going to integrate it in the teaching of peace education, and later on assess its efficiency as well as its effectiveness. So what are the sample topics that we can include? So there are many topics, but these are just some of the topics that I'm going to present. Of course, we begin with the concept of peace, micro-teaching skills required for peace, pedagogy of peace, approaches, methods, strategies of teaching, assessing and evaluating peace learning. So I would like to note that this project may not only be helpful to the students, we can use this project to teach, being the proponent, or we can also share it to our fellow educators who are teaching peace. And finally, we can also share this to those who will become future teachers, or shall we say, pre-service teachers. So what are the methodologies that we have to consider? But again, what we're going to do is to come up with a instructional material, such as a teaching manual or a curriculum guide for teachers by integrating different teaching tools, such as Blackboard teaching, PowerPoint practice, assignments, video lectures. And at the end, as you can see in the number 9, which is participatory photography. So there is that integration of art, which is, I agree, I also read a study with what Dr. Sahorja mentioned, that arts are therapeutic. And of course, there must be assessment tools such as report, quiz, case study, portfolio, oral presentation, class interaction, newspaper, reading in the library, social media activities, participation in the activities. However, we will not be able to use this all in all. These are just some of the options that we can put together to come up with something that we can call our own and we can implement in our own university where we offer peace education. So what will happen is that there will be list of topics, and then we're going to design objectives. We're going to craft the appropriate methodology with the touch of collaboration and creativity. Because the teaching of peace education, as one of the authors cited, it has to be participatory, collaborative, and of course, we have to add dialogical. So this is one of the samples that I did in when I was finishing my my PhD. This was one of the outputs of my students, because my dissertation was all about participatory photography in teaching peace education. So in our going to come up, which is a curricular guide or a teaching manual, we can integrate this portfolio making. So in this case, the portfolio that my students came out was a photo book articulating the different concept of peace. So there was creativity, and definitely there was collaboration because it was done as a group. So what potential challenge do we see here? Do we see it here? I believe that this project will take a little time. So that is one of the challenges. And of course, how to convince our friends in the university to adopt, because it will also undergo evaluation. And once it is adopted, to make this project that it is not just for the completion of this peace project, which is required in this ICCTP. We wanted it to be a contribution to the body of knowledge on how to teach peace education. So what we can do after we come up with this curriculum guide or a manual in peace education, after we have it tried, we can also come up with an instrument on how to evaluate an instructional material to find out if it can be carried over and can be part of the whole thing, which is the pedagogy on how to teach peace education. So that's all from the group 3. But before I end, let me say this. Peace begins with a smile. Mother Teresa. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And we are be willing to answer your questions or any clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajan, for that wonderful presentation. And it is so nice to see, the participants using also their own expertise to come up with to design a research plan, right? That would help to address this question of peace. I like your idea of a teaching manual on peace, and also whereby you talk about incorporating your own background in participatory photography in teaching peace. I think one of the things that I missed in the presentation is the part on challenges. What would be the challenges that you perceive in designing such a project?
One of the challenges I see is the time, okay? Because coming up with a curricular manual, it can also take time based on my experience, which was part of my dissertation. Considering that the members are coming from different countries, and most of us, I believe, we're also working. So, but with the dedication, I believe that we can come up with this, especially that my team members are also passionate when it comes to education, because we should not only see it that it's only for today, okay? It's only for this entire course, but whatever we can come up, it's going to be part of our journey being an educator. So I think that is one of the major challenges. And I see with the openness of the educators around, because of this trend, which is the 21st century learning setup, online, etc. And of course, with the different learning styles now of the students, I believe they would be more open-minded to embrace this innovative approach. So I don't think that it's really going to be a challenge. It's going to be, it goes down to the design and the development. Because once the development, they will find it that it's not just possible, but it is something that it is going to be effective, and at the end, the students will benefit. I don't think it is going to be a question.
If I can add to Mother Teresa's, peace begins with a smile. And I often say that if you see someone without a smile, give him or her one of yours. Now, now the thing is that I apologize. Something went wrong with my computer, and I just lost connection earlier. But I did follow your thing. I fully agree with you about the value of education. The only few questions I have to ask you is that what kind of education? Because the sort of formal education that we have at the moment can be quite problematic, because what it does is it reproduces, the various sorts of problems that we have in society. But I see that you've actually addressed that in terms of what you're trying to do is to present kind of different ideas, different ways of living. Now, the other thing I'm I guess you are fully aware of Paulo Freire's
Yes.
work on, and that would be fantastic to kind of try to incorporate his pedagogy of the oppressed, pedagogy of hope, and those kinds of work that he's attempting to do. Now, Paulo Freire actually comes from the person who inspired him is Antonio Gramsci. And Antonio Gramsci, what Gramsci actually tries to do is that the thing about, as I said, education reproduces, the people that will be obedient to the system that we have at the moment. So how can we then provide various kinds of educational tools that will help the kids, in fact, to challenge those accepted conventional points of views and then begin to dispel the myths. And the other thing I was going to say is that I want to recommend your team to a project by one of our partners in the Deep Network. And I don't have the link with me here, but just Google Thought Box, THS in Thoughts, Box, Education. So Rachel Muson, who is one of our members, she is a school teacher in Britain, and she then decided that she can no longer be part of an educational system that was leading to what she sees as kind of greater problems of disenfranchisement of certain groups of people in Britain. So what she has come up with, Thought Box, and there are lots of material there that's available on her website what she attempts to do is to educate kids to think outside the box. Yeah? And so that's where the Thought Box education comes in. But yeah, I think it's we certainly need a lot more of these sorts of projects.
Okay, let me answer the first question, Dr. Alberto. I would like to share that the kind of education or the kind of curriculum that we wanted to come up with is transformative in nature. I believe in transformative education, and that begins with social awareness. Yes. That is why we have to strengthen the content, which includes the knowledge, the understanding. And let's proceed to the next level, social awareness, social conscience, in which you develop that affective domain of the students. And of course, finally, it is going to be social action, which is in line also to the work of Freire. Conscientization, that is like enlightenment. Once you are aware, then you know, for example, once you are aware of your rights, then you can assert your rights. And in order for the teachers now, will not just be the provider of knowledge, but as what I have mentioned in the presentation during my sharing last Wednesday, I think I talked about, we wanted our learners to be an active participant of learning. Because once they are active participant of learning, the learning becomes more meaningful and enduring. So the focus now is not just the teacher, it's not the teacher. That is why there is that term called facilitator. There's that shift when it comes to role, facilitators of learning. And that we can embrace the constructivist approach. So like, for example, in the participatory photography, it is constructivist in nature. Because you don't give the students what's the definition of peace. So like, for example, in the project that I carried out, first, I taught them the basics of photography, because aside from being an educator, I am also a professional travel photographer. And I was able to integrate it in teaching social sciences subjects as well as peace education. So I asked them first, what is peace for you? Okay, then they go around, I give them time, they take pictures. And I was surprised. Rich ideas were able to obtain from learners with different backgrounds. And you will know that there are some learners who are not very talkative, but once they see a particular picture, you can really see the connection, because once it's yours, the connection is really different rather than taking pictures from the internet. So it's more contextualized, and it's more personalized. So with that, the focus, the role is not merely the banking system, like we feed information, but we are now shifting to this kind of setup, which is now the trend of today's education, 21st learning century environment. So that's all I can share with regards or in relation to what Dr. Alberto also stated.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, who would like to go next? Godfrey, I saw your slides. Is that an indication that you want to go next? I mean, your group.
Oh, thank you. I don't know, that was accidental, but let's see if we can go through. Yeah, so our group, to begin with, we have Abel Josephat Manulang, who is from Indonesia, myself from South Africa. We have Adfung Gebeneo Sheila, who is from Cameroon. We have John Sadauki, who is originally from Nigeria, but he is based in China at the moment. So we decided to look to investigate a process of reconciliation, forgiveness, and healing between the Anglophone and Francophone regions in Cameroon. For the benefit of everyone, the Anglophone crisis is an ongoing armed conflict in the Central African Republic of Cameroon, in which traditionally English-speaking Ambazonians demand their independence from the former British colony of Southern Cameroonians, which has been merged with Cameroon since 1961. Reasons for choosing the proposal: to put an end to the region's violence and conflicts, to help foster peace in the country, breaking the bonds of neo-colonialism in Cameroon and throughout Africa, because we believe, especially in this instance, basically the divisions are based on the languages they speak, and these are the languages that were imposed by their former colonial masters. So if we can help them realize that they all belong to humanity, they only have these differences which were imposed by colonialism. It can help to demonstrate that Africans can solve their own problems instead of importing solutions from elsewhere. We want this project to come up with a solution that has been made or created in Africa. Goals and objectives of the proposal: to restore peace in the region, to investigate the process of forgiveness, reconciliation, and healing in individuals and societies. When we spoke about reconciliation or healing in individuals, we felt like before some of these people get to reconcile with their fellow brothers, their fellow sisters, they need to reconcile, or they need to heal themselves first. To be documented as a case study for other African nations, to propose a non-warring peace system.
Godfrey, we can't really see your slides. Is there any way you can zoom in so that?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I don't know if it is clear now.
It's clearer.
Is it clear now?
But we are losing the sides. I do not know what's happened. Yeah, but it's okay. I think you just
All right.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you, Prof. Right. So in terms of the location, this project will take place in Bambil in Cameroon Northwest region because the area is where the two groups come together for schooling. We felt like we need to identify a location where we can get both, those that are coming from the Francophone, where they come together for a common cause. And we felt maybe in places like Bambil, where there is a university, these people might come through together for, the purposes of education. Project details. We are hoping to create a documentary that depicts the situation of all parties involved. In this documentary, we're going to record interviews of people that are somehow affected by this Anglophone and Francophone crisis. This documentary will be shot over a period of about 5 months. And in this documentary, hopefully our questions that we will pose to people that participate in the documentary are not necessarily for them to be blaming the other party, but for them to share, their feelings, to share their experiences. And then that documentary would then be screened in various locations. And those people that will watch this documentary will then answer a questionnaire. Project outcomes. We want to educate people about the conflict's colonial origins so that they get to both. Sometimes I remember in one of the programs we did throughout this course, it was mentioned that sometimes you need to name the conflict. So, they might have these differences and they might even sometimes forget why they are fighting as Anglophone and Francophone regions. So we are hoping, by this documentary, they get to identify or to name the conflict or colonial origins, to say, okay, so this is what is causing the differences between us. To highlight the sufferings of many groups, to inform individuals on the gravity of the situation, and to also serve for this documentary that we're going to create to serve as a tool for human rights groups that they can use in their projects. Solutions, problems and solutions that the project is likely to confront. We anticipate sometimes some people are going to resist participating in this documentary, obviously, because they don't want to be victimized, because this is a very sensitive issue. To address this, we are going to ensure that maybe some people that participate in the documentary, they are blurred. We don't show their faces. We're also going to maybe use voiceovers. We also anticipate a problem like if we do this documentary in English, for example, because these are some people, they speak French and others, they speak English. That's why we're talking about Francophone and Anglophone. We are going to use, maybe there can be an English barrier. Some people not understanding what is being said on the documentary. So we'll use subtitles, or we'll translate into another language as well, so that we cater for both both parties. We also feel that maybe we spoke about their egos might come into play, or they might even have conflicts because of their conflicting views. So we'll shoot this documentary separately. We're not going to involve these people in the same location when we shoot or when we record this documentary, to avoid unnecessary conflicts in the production of the documentary. Some people might also have another challenge, some lack of finance or I need to be pure of the documentary, what we need to achieve, so that they know they're doing it for the common good of trying to promote peace in their society. And some people might not complain at that point or might not raise the issue of money when you shoot the documentary, but maybe when they see the documentary being circulated, they might then come back and they feel we are making money out of it. And so to avoid that, we said, we're going to make sure they sign agreements, that say they are offering, this content for free, so that they don't come back to us and maybe file lawsuits against the people who do the project. Basically, yeah, that's it. This is the project that we seek to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me just add something, please.
Thank you so much, Godfrey and your group.
Can I add something?
Yes, please too. Yeah.
Okay, we also saw that if we do this documentary and we leave it at the level of the documentary, and then it will mean that we have not met the community to actually talk with them, since we are trying to bring social change and we are working with the people. So after the documentary, we'll do some kind of national tour projection, whereby we project and then we have a discussion after the projection to come to a conclusion. And then secondly, we'll use the social media where excerpts of this documentary or the documentary as a whole can go to maybe say Facebook, YouTube, and all the social media handles, so that people get to watch and then we'll get audience response from there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we have any more comments from your group? Anything else to add?
Yeah. Yes, Kasim.
Yeah, John, go ahead.
Yes,
please.
yeah. I think the project as a whole is trying to showcase a very important issue in the region, and to try and help everyone involved in the crisis and illustrate the problem that is on ground to anyone that could watch the documentary, and to promote peace in the region.
Great. Anyone else? Sorry, apart from John. Okay. Now we have the next group. I think it's yeah. Thank you so much. All of you. We have the next group, and is it? Who is? I can't remember. Is it?
Number 4.
It's Rafika.
Yeah, Rafika. Yeah, is it group 4?
Yeah, group 4.
Albert or Rafika?
Yeah, Rafika, would you like to?
Yes. Clarice, can you share this?
But Rafika is not group 4.
Yeah, we are from the group 10. Can you hear me?
No, group 4, not 10.
Yeah, we are on the group 10.
No, I mean it's group 4 now, not group 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
no,
I think
Hanelo,
Rafika
we are
requested
just.
to present.
Sorry, Hanelo, we are actually not going according to the groups, and it's just whoever is ready to go, they just put their hand up, and so.
Okay.
Group 10. Sorry about that. You may have missed.
No, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So, group 10 is Rafika, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so please go ahead. So
okay,
it's your turn now.
Let me share the screen. Okay.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Carissa will go first.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, everyone, so we're group 10, and so here's our members. There are actually five members for group 10, but the people who were able to only work on this proposal are the three of us, Rafika, myself, and Sir Jacob. All right. So our project topic is about youth empowerment to living peace and wellness for a better life. So a brief background of our topic for the reasons for choosing our project. Primarily, there's two things, or I'll talk about the youth and the issues, and then Graphica will talk about the feedback. Youth recognizing the capacity of youth to be carriers of peace. This is something already said before by the earlier groups. There's also the recognition of the importance of educating them on peace and violence, as well as empowering them to take action in fostering positive change in their community. The issues that we wanted to cover here would include interfaith harmony. So one of those things that was highlighted throughout the training, the class, is the importance of fostering understanding and harmony between youth, between the members of different groups. And so for this particular project, we'll work with youth members of different groups in the hope to end discrimination and promote peace between different groups. We also wish to talk about personal wellness and interpersonal wellness here, recognizing the importance of individual identity, but also seeing yourself as being part of a bigger community, and actively creating positive change of that community as part of it. All right, Rafika, your turn.
All right, so we have some goals in here that you already talked about this, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so we have some goals and objective over here that we targeting youth actually, and our project will have to like giving like space for understanding to and dialogue between youth of different groups, whether faith or spiritually or tribes or other groupings. And the second one is educate the youth on various peace issues, including personal peace, interfaith harmony, and community peace. And then the third one is take action and promote peace, which is we will as the youth that we later on will call it as peace rangers to take an action and promote peace in various acts. And then the last one, assess the impact of the peace training and project implementation on the personal development and wellness of the youth participants. And this project will take place on, we hope that each of our group member will like provide this program. I mean, we came from different countries, and me from Indonesia, for example, and Carissa from Philippines. We will have our own agenda on it, and later on we will talk in a big international group session that we will build the friendship as well. And okay, now this is our formulating project. Like actually this is very new. This is new for us to know about prosecual task, and well, I don't know if it's right or not, and I hope it's just going well. Just we have some steps, or at the first time we as an initiators we formulating the project, and then we create a small team to promote the ideas. Like this is an social act and then provide trainings. After that, we will giving instruction for the participants to promote the issue that we talk in this project. That we hope also that the participant will learn about the global conflictual issues, and which is they can also contribute to formulating the problem solving. And then after they formulate this problem solving, they will communicate with us as initiator, and we can collaborate and formulate that in action. And that's why we call the assist the advocacy. And actually this promotion to promote issue to raise awareness. Okay, so the outcome, we have two outcomes, the primary outcomes and the second primary outcomes. The first primary outcomes we will create in our imaginary thought. We want to have like a peace rangers, not peace agent or something. We want peace rangers on it because we target in youth. And well, in that's the second primary. The first primary is raise awareness about what is peace, what is conflictual issue, and why we have to aware, because we knew that youth recently not really aware about the conflict. They thought maybe, oh, this is not our task, but actually this is their task, something like that. And then the operating strategies we have so far, we only have to think about these three. First is promotion from the social media and advocacy by the peace rangers, as well as the international training, which we will conduct it online or offline. Okay, and thank you for listening, but I think our colleague, Mr. Jacob, he want to add more his thoughts. Mr. Jacob, time is yours.
Jessica, if I may add a few more things.
Yeah.
So for the timeline, this project is initially planned to go for a year. That includes planning, coordination, the training workshops for the youth, the implementation of the youth advocacy projects, and the assessment of the project. Rafika didn't include this, missed to include this one, but this is something that we're also thinking about of adding. A third outcome of a short assessment study of the project and how it has impacted the personal development and wellness of the youth participants. Some challenges as well that we talked about would include time considerations, as well as the youth commitment and engagement to the project. And of course, the importance of relationship building, since we'll be asking them to commit and to organize projects for their communities. It's important for us to have good relationships with our participants. So that's it.
Okay, so where is Mr. Jacob? He told me that he also want to add more about his insight. Okay, Mr. Jacob, you ready?
I'm here.
Okay.
First of all, can I know how much time we are left with? Because I'm coming in with a research dimension of how we hope to address peace. How much time are we left with? Do we have some time?
I don't know exactly. Bu Saroja, how many time left for us to present our project?
Jacob, I can give you 2 more minutes.
Okay. 2 more minutes.
Well, from the researcher's perspective, we looked at first of all, the global context, which is predisposing young people to conditions that contribute to unwellness. I looked at some of the insightful contributions, for example, of Galtung with his structure of violence and his definition of peace as positive and negative. And then I also found that actually the conditions that caused the violence were also detrimental to experiences of unwellness, where individuals suffered both physical and mental challenges. So I developed a conceptual framework to help me understand how this happens. And I found that, which shows that actually perception was behind how people viewed socioeconomic consequences of wellness. And that was supported by psychological theories like of Pavlov's classical conditions, that some of these aspects, like it was mentioned earlier, that we've inherited certain views that influence how we think and how we approach this world. And then certainly way society views us also influences how we behave and how we think about the environment we live in. So I looked at developing a design, considering disaggregated case-specific approach to research using, disaggregating data so that every aspect of what is studied is seen, and understood for every individual, using lived experiences of how they've come to where they are, being unwell due to socioeconomic conditions they face. And because of the short period, I thought we could use between 6 to 12 participants, so that each, but I dwelled on considering 6 participants because it is within the same recommended sample size, to each give a lived experience about how their wellness have been affected by social economic conditions. And this would be done through a semi-structured person-to-person interview to give each one a moment they can express themselves without feeling evaluated by other people in the group. And the analysis would be by way, I'm about to finish, by way of recognizing patterns and coding, depending on how they appear in line with the respective objectives of study, which are derived from how relationships developed between perception and socio-economic conditions, and then wellness. The limitations here we see is that this kind of study requires sufficient trust and confidence, because this information is very intimate to the individual. Yeah, for now, that's all I can say. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, can I suggest that we take a short break, and then when we return, we can have comments and questions for your presentation. Would that be okay? Rafika and Jacob?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break. So we'll resume at 3:35.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and after that we have, as we have listed, 4, 9, 7, 8, and 5 as who Saroja has listed. Okay, will be the order, and then we have 4, 9, 7, 8, 5, and then we have got one more group left to complete our presentation. Has any of the groups not yet presented? I think so far we have 5 presentations and we have got 11 groups. So
I think group 10 has not presented yet, if I'm not mistaken.
The
Group
6.
10, have you?
I'm from.
Oh, you guys are group 10.
The 6
I
number.
apologize.
The
My
group 6 is
apologies.
not presenter because she said that
Oh,
we don't.
yes, group 6. That's right. Okay.
okay, so which is group 6?
Jezebel's group. They
All
will be
right.
joining group 2, and group 2 has already presented.
So that means that completes it, is it?
Exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank
So
you.
have a break and then we will resume at 35.
Then that key na princess. If you use an open make it. When I have job print another one.
Hello, ready to go?
Yeah, I think yes.
Okay.
We wait for Oxobia. I don't know.
All right.
Where is she?
Okay. We are 5 minutes over time, so okay. Before we start on yours, Rafika and Jacob, and who else in your group, Rafika?
Hi, that'll be me.
Carissa.
That's
I'm so
okay.
nervous. Yeah. Yeah. Me, Jacob, and Carissa so far.
Yeah, sorry, Carissa. Okay. So do we have any questions, comments on their projects? On their project, sorry. Anyone? You know that whenever I ask questions, when I have a project and when I ask questions to people, do you have anything to say? So I get worried, if no one says anything, I get worried because it could be so bad that no one wants to say anything. And or they might think that it is such a fantastic project that there's nothing that they can say. So it could be either one of the two. But I think from my perspective, and I'll leave it for Moose Saruja's perspective, I think it's a great project. So keep going, and yeah, we'll move on to Mas Anilo. Yes.
Yes.
And
I
your
don't know
group.
where is. Yeah, we waiting. Okay. Xobia, she we presenter. I don't know. Okay, so if you want, I share the screenshot. The screen.
Okay. Good. Okay, all yours.
Okay. Okay, so if you want start. Look, Xavier. Hello, Xavier.
Yes, Andela, you can go ahead. We can see it. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Our project is about peace through non-violence communication practice to stop hate speech in this digital age. Sorry, can we stop because I have a problem because I should not start the PowerPoint. I don't have, wait a moment.
Anilo, are you there?
Yes, Joseph, I have a problem connection. Wait a moment.
Oh, right, okay. Is someone else in your group that might be able to?
Yeah, should we actually not me to speak, but yeah.
Yes, I'm also here.
Okay. We are concerned about time, so we need to proceed.
Can you start? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yes, Anilo, you have to share the PPT.
Sorry, can you move another group? My computer is crashing. Sorry.
Is it
Okay.
possible to share PPT through cell phone, as due to some emergency I'm out of my home? I have PPT in my cell phone.
Mas Yafi? But Jasmine? Okay.
If it's possible, then I can share. No issue at all.
If you have a share button, you should be able to do it. But don't trust my word on it.
But right now there is no share button.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So we'll need because of time, we'll need to move on to the next person. And once you have sorted out your computer, Anilo, can you let us know? Okay.
Yeah.
You can make me the co-host and I can share the PPT.
Okay. So can someone from the team please make okay.
Jasmine or Ari, can you help? Can you make Zubia the co-host? Because we can't do that. Jasmine, Ari?
Mas Yafi, can you please make give co-host rights to Zobia? Okay. Just check to see.
Oh, okay.
You'll get it soon. Have you got it now, Zobia?
No, yet not.
April is working on it, she says.
Okay, yeah.
As only the co-host can share.
That's right.
You still don't have the.
Oh, maybe I can try again with more.
Okay. Okay, it's working.
Yeah, there you go.
From the first slide, please start. Should I start?
Yeah, please do.
Good day, everyone. And we are group 4. And please move to the first 2 slides, please. Here we are group 4, and as you all know that in each group there are 6 members. So here I am Zubia, and my other group members are Tirana Tabassum, then Albert Chenvi, Bassam Umar, Rupert Chon, and Anilo Lon. Here is a short biography, or you can say the intro of our group members, that from where we are and what we do. So just have a brief look at this. And no, Anilo, where is our topic? First, we have to introduce that. The topic was right after the first slide. Just scroll up. Yes, this one. After our mutual discussion, we have decided that in this course, we are going to work on the project, and the topic of our project is Peace Through Non-Violent Communication, a practice to stop hate speech in this digital age. So this is our topic, and on this project, we all 6 are going to work. So now the most important question, that what are the reasons for choosing to work on the project? As you know that nowadays we all are living in a digital age. So hate speech over the internet becomes very concerning. Means freedom of speech or freedom of expression is wrongly used by different community members. So this was the reason, and as we know that many of these hate speeches and expressions were rooted from false or fake information and disinformation. And this lack of information is causing discomforts in the life of others. So this was the basic reason that we chose this topic to work in this course. Then comes our objectives, that what were the objectives behind our this teamwork. So there are few objectives that we want to achieve after completing this project. So first one is to be able to understand the reasons of hate slurs spreading in social media. As you know that all the time we youth, our elder ones, they are on social medias. So we will try to understand the reasons of this hate slurs. Then our second objective from this course from this project will be to be able to counter disinformation and battle cancel culture. So we want to inculcate this thing to be able to provide better and safe digital space where freedom of speech and expression will be exercised correctly. So this is our main motive behind this project. Then to understand and practice non-violent communication for peace building. And this non-violent communication, how and this we are also going to choose as a tool, that how non-violent communication can be a tool and to get these objectives. Then the most important question, that where will be the project carried out and why did we select this location? As you know that the digitalization is the online network. So this project will be carried out online and the location is over the World Wide Web. We are going to surf the webs and we are going to get the limited data from there, and then we are going to analyze for the reasons. So the targeted population we are going to choose from the Insta, from the Facebook, from the Twitter, and from different widely used webs. And the reason behind this is through our team came from every part of the world. As in this ICCTP 2022, we are from different regions of the world, and from different scholarly presentations, we come to know that how the freedom of speech and freedom of expression is essential. So in this way, we are going to work, and abuses through deliberately uttering hateful words have caused several effects, including cyberbullying and cancel culture. So we just want to eradicate, or if not eradicate, we will try to minimize this race in culture. Then is, how will the project will be carried out? Very important question. So what will be our methodology, which process we are going to adopt, what will be the timeline and schedule for our project, as we are bound to finish or complete this project within the timeline of the course of this. So for very limited time, we are going to measure, or we are going to get the data from online web services. And in this project, we will be use available online threads that promote peace, harmony, and love. And then we are going to analyze that what are the tools they have taken, what was their action plan, which remedial measures they are using to promote peace and love. So this project will encourage our respondents to join in a social media pages, applications that allows creative works that promotes peace and harmony. And other than this, we also will be encouraged to post correct information online to combat fake news and disinformation. And as per the requirement of this course, the timeline will be limited to 2 weeks only. And then what we are expecting, what our outcomes will be after this project. So the most important outcome will be positive attitude over social media use. Then non-violent communication as day-to-day tool. Then obviously by inculcating non-violent communication way as a tool, we are going to educate. So this education drive on using social media is going to be used positively. Then the next one is awareness about the effects of hate speech, that we are going to be familiar that when we are going to post something on the social media that is going to spread hate, or that is going to affect the emotions of others, feelings of others, then we are going to be aware. Then non-violent communication as a day-to-day tool means, other than our social services, other than our social webs, our social media, in our day-to-day life, we also are supposed to adopt non-violent communication. We are supposed to be empathetic. We are supposed to be compassionate towards others. So we are likely to get these outcomes out of our project. Then obstacles and resolutions. Obviously, when we are going to work on this project, we are going to look that which are obstacles and how we are going to meet them. So this is a very beautiful, a very short story that I just want to share with you all. That one day a wise man was walking along the beach. When he noticed a figure at the distance. And he get closer, he realized the figure was that of a young boy picking something up and gently throwing it into the ocean. Approaching the young boy, that man asked, "What are you doing?" The young boy replied, "Throwing a starfish into the ocean." Soon the sun is up and the tide is going out. If I didn't throw them back, they will die. Son, the wise man said, "Don't you realize there are millions of starfishes?" you cannot possibly make a difference. After listening patiently, the young boy bent down, politely picked up another starfish and threw it into the surf. Then, smiling at the wise man, he said, I make a difference for that one. So this is also our aim, that if we are not going to change the world, but we are going to make a difference, either it is going to be for an individual or for a group, obviously it is going to matter. This is, we do believe.
Thank you for that presentation, all of you.
Thank you.
It's a nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very quickly, I just wanted to point out, to clarify that the 2 weeks is for the proposal. So you actually have a lot more time for a project. So the 2 weeks that you have at the moment is just to get the proposal. So your project itself, the group's project itself is not restricted to 2 weeks. So you can do it for a longer period. So just
Okay,
take that into consideration.
And when we are supposed to submit the hard copy or the PDF file of our project?
So you submit on the 25th, I think. It's in my class. So that's the proposal. So at the moment, you still have plenty of time. So today is just for the other groups to get to know what sort of projects are being worked on. And
Okay, I'm not easy today, as you, as at right time I'm in a hospital and I'm in a waiting area, and I'm just as there were no other member was available other than me and Anilu at that time, so I just joined.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
What I'm saying is, it's actually good news for you that your wonderful project you have got a much more time to work on it. Oh, sorry,
Thank you so much.
to carry it out, so it doesn't have to be within 2 weeks. But I
That's
like
really, that's a good news.
Yeah, so you have 2 weeks to kind of polish it.
Yes, we will plan, and after getting that data, we are supposed to prepare a strategic development plan, that how we can initiate this non-violent speech and how we can minimize this hate speech.
Wonderful. And then you have your group, and you can continue the conversation through WhatsApp or whatever platform the group decides to do.
One other question I just want to ask, that there are few our group members, we are not even sure either they have joined the course or not. Their names are there, but neither in our separate group nor in the ICCTP PT group they have ever answered. So how we are going to communicate with them?
Okay, so at the moment there are 2 of you, is that right? Is that the 2?
In morning we were 3.
No, what I mean is, how many of you? Sorry, how many of you met
4.
this morning?
4. No,
Okay.
This morning we met 3. This morning 3.
Okay, so this morning there were 3. So what we did in ICCTP is we started off with many of the groups having 5 and 6, with the assumption that there might be participants who join the course, and this is one of the problems that we have, in the sense that the course is online. For some participants, they join it and then they find that it's impossible for them to continue, so they have most likely dropped out of the course. So the issue is that so we decided that 3 would be at least like the minimum, and then so you have your minimum 3, and if it's below that, what we have done is we have moved participants who are one or two in the group, and the others have left. So is it okay for you?
No issue at all. We can
Okay,
complete
so the
it.
three of you
We are
can.
going to be 4 or 3. We are going to complete it. No issue at all.
Wonderful. So the three of you can work.
Okay.
And
thank you for your kind words.
yeah, and so you have more time. You've got 2 weeks to get feedback, and it's not just from Boo, Saroja, and myself. Okay, so it's also any of the participants. You want to, what the projects are. Please be free to share your views and exchange ideas through the WhatsApp. WhatsApp participants. Sorry,
Sure, we all will be.
The participants
we all
WhatsApp
will be
group.
in touch.
Yeah. So what we'll do is I will suggest to the ICCTP team to make a list of all the project titles, and then what we can do, or you can do it yourself. Okay, so all of you who are in the project, you can write down what your project is about, a short thing, and then all of you, this course is only successful if everyone works together. So this is
Yes,
the
obviously.
idea.
We are going to join our hands
So
together.
this course is an Ubuntu course. We are because of everyone else.
Yes, obviously, exactly.
So I would suggest this, that keep the conversation going for the next 2 weeks, and then you have the opportunity to submit. Once you've submitted, then we will just give you very minimal feedback, because the feedback is on the technical issues, but not on the project idea, because we believe very strongly that this is your project, and you do it like the way you want to do it. But as you realize, I have been critical in some cases, suggested certain things, and that's the basis of my views. But it does not necessarily mean that you have to do it like the way I suggested you do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Because if I were to suggest that you do the project in the way I'm suggesting, then it does not become your project, it becomes my project. And so, I want to make sure that all of you.
No, obviously we are going to get the guidance from different coordinators and from the different experienced person.
Exactly.
Then we are going to complete our project.
And if I can add to that, not just from me, okay? So the guidance will come from everybody, because everyone in ICCTP, including all the presenters, they have, first of all, the mutual respect for one another and mutual respect for each other's experiences, as well as knowledge. So we are in the process of sharing.
This is very important, and this is the first step towards peace.
Exactly, precisely. And we believe very strongly in that. And you can see all our team members, we work very closely. When we make our closing remarks, we will say something about that. Sorry, I should move my camera. I have my laptop on my lap. Okay.
Okay, is there any question? Now I'm leaving, as I told you that I'm out of my home today.
Sure. Any other comments? Abdel, do you mind muting your... Abdel, do you mind muting?
No, sir, your mic is mute and you were saying something.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you hear whatever I said previously, or nothing of it?
When you were just saying him to mute himself,
Okay.
after that you were not audible.
Okay, sorry. That's fine. Okay. So Participants, no more. All right. No more comments and no questions, but they might come, okay, as we go for the next few days to the
Yes, yes. Thank you so
participants board. So please do look out for it, and
Thank you so much.
yeah, take care, all of you. I mean, your
Thank
group,
you so
okay.
much.
All right. Saroja, who do we have next?
Next is Group 9. Ibu Mary has been patiently waiting. Thank you for your patience, Mary. Your group is next.
Okay, can you all hear me and see the slides?
Yes, yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Now, I will be presenting on behalf of my group. My groups are here. Okay, so now I only have 9 slides. I'll be very brief, just to be mindful of time. And okay, this is our topic, bridging the divide, overcoming prejudice. Yeah. So this title and this slides that we have today, we are presenting today, is briefly a work in progress, very much work in progress. And you know, this is based on the put together based on the questions that we have in the outline. Yeah. Okay. Now, very quickly, these are our team. Okay. We have Lama Odi. She's from Lebanon. Okay. And myself from Malaysia, Gail from the Philippines. We have Mustaq from India, and Stephen, or OJ, we call him. He's from Cameroon. Okay, now this particular slide informs our reasons for doing this project. There are 4 in here. The first one is we believe that prejudice causes harm or injury to the self or others. Yeah, so most oftentimes prejudice, you know, it leads to bullying and other forms of discrimination. Second one, stereotyping and prejudice leads to discrimination that affects personal growth. That's one, and also community development in general. So personal growth, that's you know, related to career, health, or any type of opportunities. And community enhancement or development, you know, this kind of this issue, discrimination, stereotyping, divides a community. Yeah, because discrimination can lead to harassment, abuse, even violence. Yeah, that's only 1 or 2 that we have mentioned here. The third one, the reasons for doing this research is that it has to do with the little research that's been conducted on prejudice using a cross-cultural lens. Yeah, so we thought this is unique. Because you know, so other teams, this team is unique, diverse. In a sense, each of us will share our own experience from our own location. The use of cross-cultural lens is, you know, analyzing the context of this research. Again, the fourth one. So we hope to create awareness, build empathy, and call to action on relevant and sustainable ways to build more more peace systems in the society. So I will talk about that in a bit later. Okay, in the next slide, I think. Yeah, this slide. So with this desire to to create this what I mentioned just now, desire to create awareness, build empathy, and call to action. This leads to our objective of this mini research. So the first one is to create awareness. So how do we do this? We will collect news articles, latest news articles within the last 2 months or so, of experiences of discrimination from each and every one of the location. And the next one is to build empathy. So we will do this by understanding and validating the thoughts and feelings of victims. And the last objective is call to action. We will attempt to generate ideas on how to overcome prejudice by promoting the creation of peace system. Okay, so this one I think I will touch on more when I talk about the methodology. So where will the news articles come from? So like I briefly mentioned, this team is diverse. From Cameroon, we have OJ. We have already started gathering news pieces actually, but we are still working on it. So OJ from Cameroon will have his 2 pieces of article, and Mustaq from India will have his. Lebanon, we have Lama. Myself from Malaysia will have 2, and from the Philippines, Gail will have 2. Okay, so this is where the news articles will come from. So on the methodology, so like I mentioned, this is going to be a qualitative cross-cultural based kind of research in a way that we review news articles, latest news, okay, in relation to this topic. Now, we will analyze the content, okay, go deeper into the perhaps I should say provide insights later on, share insights right later on. So what we will be asking questions like what exactly were the stereotype or discrimination or prejudice that happened in that location, all right? And like I said, we will be digging deeper into the possible thoughts and feelings of the victims as well. So at the same time, of course, it's not easy to just like, dig deeper, like what is that, into possible thoughts of the victims, right? So what we'll do is we will also draw on our own experiences based on observations and also based on other readings that we have out there, right? Okay, now these are the steps that we will undertake. First, gather information. So like I said, we select 2 news per country. So there are 5 of us, so there will be 10 new news or article, altogether. So this is happening right now from July 7th to July 10th. Next, the next step is to analyze the content for themes and patterns. So we will try to determine common themes, and this will allow us to work on the recommendation. So this is going to happen between July 11 to July 16. And the last one is to present the results, okay, the results, our findings. So for this, we will create a recorded webinar, and each one of us will present what we have, okay? Each one of us will present what we have, and this is going to be like a mini webinar, something like this, okay, more or less similar to what we have right now. So the reason for this is to share to others. Having this webinar, right, is one of the ways to share this these findings and the possible recommendation to others. Okay, I for one, I work. I have students, so per semester I would have like 200-300 students, so I can simply share this to students, you know. And OJ from Cameroon, he's a journalist, so he can also do his part, and so the rest of the teams will do their part. Okay. Okay, and this is going to happen between July 18th to 20th. So hopefully by July 20th we have this, and I think that would be the day that we will meet again for further discussion. All right. So this is the methodology part. Now moving on to the next one, which is the possible obstacles and how to overcome them. Now, in terms of possible obstacles, yeah, time barrier is one. Okay, that's seems to be the major one. Having different time zones, okay, posing challenges on when to meet the data that we have collected and to record a webinar. Like, for instance, OJ or Steven, he's like 6 hours behind, right? So we were saying like, okay, we're gonna on July 20th, we're gonna meet at 7. So OJ's time is what time, OJ? Midnight, right? Yeah, but he's real nice. Said, okay, I can wait for this. It's okay, no need to change anything. So yeah, that is the major possible obstacles. Now, how do we overcome them? Well, with the use of technology aids, we currently have the WhatsApp for communication. Yeah, so we have been using this. It's very handy. And later on, as we collect and share our findings, news articles, we will have Google Docs for simultaneous editing. So each one of us will edit what the other person would have, you know, for addition and deletion. And Canva for the slides, like what you're seeing right now. Gail has been has been excellent in putting up this slide. She uses Canva, and this is one of and I'm able to present this to everybody today. So Canva for the slides, Zoom for the recording of the presentation. So this is going to be the final product. Okay, the putting together of the five different experiences, yeah, into one recorded webinar, which is going to be shared to as many people as possible. Okay. Okay. Now, before I wrap up this this presentation, I would like to call on my group members. Do you have anything to add? This OJ, Gail, Lama, or Mustaq? Anybody?
I think you have summed it up quite nicely. So I don't think there is much more to add. Just the fact that we will be working in different time zones and in different countries, and particularly because prejudice and stereotype is something that all of us encounter. So particularly I come from India, and here the prejudices between the communities and as well as the caste kind of a discrimination is quite a truth, a reality. So we will be working, I will be working on that, and similarly the other participants will work on such prejudices that are prevalent within their societies and communities, and overall by the deadline we will certainly submit a proposal that will have analysis of these stereotypes as well as recommendations about how to overcome the same. So we will be simultaneously offering the same, and because it is quite a small and pragmatic kind of a project, so that's what basically we are intending through this project. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, just
OJ, yes, OJ.
Yes, just to add that the experience, of course, to share the stereotype that we have in our various communities will also go a long way to change these communities in one way or the other. If I have to take the case, for example, of my own community, which is the same thing that is happening around the country as a whole, we have, of course, a strong discrimination as far as widows are concerned. So, women, the girls, and then the widows. So I'm sure when we share such experiences, the world is going to learn, and maybe things are also going to change. Things will also be different. And we also have this other group of people, that is the pygmies, in the eastern part of Cameroon, as well as the Mororos, who are always occupying, of course, the hills in this part of the world, who are also discriminated upon, and this is going to change a lot of things.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Is Gail has lost her connection, but if Gail is there, Gail, are you there? Would you like to add something to our presentation? Okay. And Lama, is Lama there? Lama probably has an internet connection as well, right, OJ? Okay, now I'm sure, yeah, okay. So now before I move to the last slide, I just like to say something here. Yeah, I like this group. They're very mindful. Yeah, very mindful. I like to use the word mindful because it relates to us being conscious, aware of the other person's, needs and challenges. So typically an exchange of ideas and opinions. So each tells their opinions, or simply asking if there is any addition or deletion to what we currently have right now. That's good. I like that. So we do have different time zone, like I said, 2 to 3 hours apart. And if one or two is not able to present, we have the WhatsApp group to post what you discuss and updates, given the time difference and also constraint. We do understand, we do work full time as well. I have a good feeling that we'll be able to sustain our current way of communicating. Yeah. So I would like to just share this last piece of, should I say, statement. It is not our difference that divides us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. So I Googled, right? Gail actually shared this. Audrey Lorde is how I pronounce her name. She's a feminist and she's social activist, American. So thank you everyone for listening or paying attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary, OJ, Gail. And did I miss anyone else? Mustaq.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, once again, the project's timeline, because you seem to have come up with a wonderful project, but you want to carry it out and have it completed by the 25th of July. So yeah, maybe it's our mistake. We did not clarify. We did not make it sort of clear that this is a proposal. So it's not really, it's not really a project. So, but having said that, it's a very little thing you can do. All you can do is that extend it, say this is what you want to do as a proposal of your project. And then all you need to do is say that you're going to carry this out in a year or 6 months or whatever, so that way it becomes just a project proposal rather than it being the completed project by the 25th.
Okay. So by the 25th is a proposal, actually.
Yeah, it's just the proposal. So
Any guidelines in terms of like the number of pages, appropriate number of words?
We did not set those guidelines. Primarily, for the simple reason, it really depends on your project. So some projects may require
right, understand.
a lot more pages to, and some projects may be 2 pages. So it really depends on how you. And having said that, it does not mean that when you have 2 pages, it does not mean that it lacks content. I always remember when I was writing my PhD at ANU, we were given a certain number of words or pages that we had to complete, and then we realized that there was a scientist who presented his PhD at ANU, and his thesis was 1 page. It was a formula, just 1 page, and it was an incredible, that he spent 3 or 4 years working on his project, and he came up with 1 page. I mean, I'm not including his acknowledgement and his bibliographies, but I'm just talking about the content. So pages themselves do not.
It's not immaterial.
So it's the conceptualization of the project that matters. So
Okay, thank you so much for the comment. We will revise the
nothing much to the way I see it. It's you've done a lot of the groundwork, and that's fantastic. And all you need to do, my advice to you is, all you need to do is just increase the time. So instead of OJ sacrificing his sleep in Cameroon, he can actually work for several months on this project. And then you can also think about having more articles, media reports to look at, and that way, and then you can even think about patterns that you can draw. Because if you look at 2 articles, then there's always a tendency that it's going to skew your perspective. But if you have 10, 15 or whatever, then that way. But having said that, it does not mean that you have to go and carry out and do your research and have 10 or 15. This is just a proposal, but you're of course welcome to do so.
May I say something?
Yes.
Yes, I think my comment goes for your group as well as the earlier group, Zubia and Anielo's group too. What I notice is that it seems like you all are talking about a very broad the issue very broadly. For example, in Zubia and Anielo's group, it was about hate speech. But there's so much of hate speech out there. So maybe if you put some boundaries around the topic, it would be easier for you to handle. I mean, if you're going to look at, hate speech surrounding like Islamophobia, for example, or hate speech against the LGBTQ community, or, specific topics, right? And after you presented, Mary, Mustaq, and Stephen talked about the kind of, negative news that comes out in the problems that they find in their communities. For example, Mustaq talked about caste issues, right? And stuff. So maybe you might want to, kind of draw boundaries and say, hey, I'm going to look at, hate speech around a particular issue so that it becomes it becomes easier to handle the project. So that would be my advice. You don't tax yourself too much, but at the same time, it becomes, a much more well-defined project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, because you want to make sure that your project is, first of all, feasible, but also manageable. And the project doesn't have to be massive. Like, for example, one of our deep projects in France. All she did was she wrote up a proposal to have like an eye contact event. And several of the DEEP members went to a square in Lille in France. They sat in the square and they just sat there, and then people came and sat with them and they made eye contact. No communication, nothing, just making eye contact. And so what was this project all about? It was to do with the lack of people actually making eye contact when they're communicating with one another, because the eyes really in many ways are the the windows of your hearts, and so you can see that. And then when the whole event went along, people were beginning to share. Then they started to talk, and that's the dialogue part, and they started to talk to one another after the eye contact. And then there were scenes of how people stood up after that and they hugged each other. So simple projects. It's just called the eye contact experiment. And yeah, okay. So we
okay. So thank you very much.
You have look forward to reading a joint paper by 4 of you or was it 5? Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
5. All right, be interesting, I think, to just to learn the experiences from Cameroon, India, and other places.
And we have the next group. Seven. Okay, group 7.
Yeah.
Or 8. Sorry, 7.
7, Pak.
Okay, silakan Hanif.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Joyce and Wayuda, are you guys ready? Sorry, Pak. Anyway, because I cannot show my video because I have some problem in the camera. I'm not sure why. Okay. Without wasting your time, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Selamat pagi, selamat siang, selamat petang. So this is we are from group 7. We'd like to present of our proposal with the project, and the title for our project is Nurturing Peace in West Papua, Indonesia through Youth Cultural Exchanges Program. So why we choose this title? Because especially when we look at the word nurturing, is because we want to cherish, we want to continue the work, and we want to help the work which has been done already by, I think recently, the government of Indonesia. I believe that they started to understand about the conflict in Papua. Like previously, last year, 2021, the government of Indonesia held the national sport competition which is located at Papua. So we are the one also like to continue that kind of work, similar as this. So these are members of project team, Niba, Joycelina, me, myself, and also Wayita. So, okay, that was about the title. Now it's about the reasons why we choose this proposal. The first is our group did not randomly choose any particular conflict, but it cuts across our 3 countries of Indonesia, Cameroon, and Nigeria. It is to ensure that our project is practicable in other places as well. It was actually a story when at the beginning of our meeting, we started to know each other that I'm from Indonesia, Joyce from Cameroon, and Wayuta is from Nigeria. So three of us will try to figure out, we'll try to look for a conflict that is similar to these three countries. And after we discussed and we found about identity crisis, which is happened also in these three countries. So, but then since our ICCTP this year held in Indonesia, so we all agreed to choose the issue in Indonesia. So, and then the second reason is that we intentionally targeting the local communities, especially the youth, in order to ensure that the future leaders do not repeat the same mistake again. Okay, now is the background of the study. I will talk about a little bit of West Papua. So Indonesia is the biggest country in Southeast Asia. Or other name of Southeast Asia is that we have the name of Nusantara. And also several conflicts occurred within the state of Indonesia, such as Gerakan Aceh Merdeka, GAM, at Northern Sumatra, also the May 1998 riot at Central Java, and also the East Timor conflict, which now we know that East Timor or Timor-Leste become its own country, and also the Operasi Papua Merdeka, OPM, which has been occurred since long time ago until present. Separatist group within Indonesia often occur at further part of country rather than at the central part of Indonesia. Such separatist idea that includes in Papua might be influenced not only by one factor but several factors, such as the economic injustice, government interference, and geographical area. As a result of marginalization, several people in Papua started to have conflict with central government as they feel insecure. So this is what I showed to all of you about the location of Papua itself. This is at the most eastern part of Indonesia. As I said before, that usually the separatist issue in Indonesia happen at the further part of Indonesia, not at the central part. And these are some pictures of Papua, in which Papua actually they have a very beautiful geographical location. You can see on the right side, Raja Empat Islands, and also Papua known for its natural resources. I think all of us here know about Freeport, the gold mining in Papua. It's, I think, one of the biggest gold mining in the world. And because of these issues, actually, the interference by the government, the projects, the big project, mega projects, caused some people in Papua to be angry. And for the objective of the project, I'll pass to Wayuta, please. Hey, Wayuta. Joyce. Joyce. Sorry.
Thank you, Hanif. For the general objectives of the project, it is to nurture peace in West Papua through cultural exchange, specifically with the youths. And we have as specific objectives to minimize feelings of marginalization, to provide peaceful coexistence, to foster social cohesion between marginalized and non-marginalized groups, and to build the capacity of community groups, especially youth groups, and to an extent women groups, to use non-violent initiatives like advocacy, dialogue, reconciliation, to handle these social exclusion issues. And the goals of the project are to curb the proliferation of separatist ideas spread more largely within the community of Papua, to transform these parties from enemies to partners, to transform them from hostilities to civilities, and to achieve social cohesion between concerned parties. Next slide, Hanif. Okay, we are going now to the methodology of the project. How will the project be carried out? This project will be carried out using cultural exchange for peace, education, conflict transformation, and peace building. And this will be done through events like traditional fashion show exhibitions, town hall meetings, peace walks, peace kitchen. What we mean by peace kitchen here is exhibiting the culinary prowess of the respective regions. And then we have community exchange programs. I think we are repeating this. And then we have traditional sports events, which are a source of nation building between the conflicting communities. And the methodology would organize friendly competitions, carry out sensitization campaigns, educational talks, and most importantly, intergenerational dialogue. Next slide, please. And the processes, the timeline and schedule of the project will be preparing, we'll actually commission a research. First of all, we'll commission a research to understand the cultures, traditions, language, and actually the grievances of the people in this area. And then when we get that, we would proceed to community mobilization and identification of the target audience. And then we would proceed to preparatory meetings with stakeholders, obtain their buy-in for the initiative. We would proceed to activity implementation. And then, of course, we would come up with the monitoring and the evaluation. And when we are almost at the end of the project, we would come up with the exit strategy. It is important to point out here that this project needs to be sustainable. We have to ensure in such a way that even if the project comes to an end, the indigenous communities, they can be able to continue with these peace building efforts and conflict transformation efforts that we are putting into place to foster the peace initiative in the region. And then for the timeline of the project, we are thinking of 1st of October 2022 to 31 of October 2023, which is actually the time frame of the project is actually 1 year. Okay, Wayuta, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the earlier presenters. I want to just go straight on to the outcome of the project. The project should be able to increase patriotism among the parties involved, as it has been highlighted. And then it should be able to increase awareness. It should be able to bring about social cohesion and then collaboration between parties involved. However, one of the outcomes is that it should be able to also increase the confidence of youth, since we know that we're working with youth, and then youth groups. Since we're working with youth groups and other community groups, it should be able to build their capacities to be able to handle issues through non-violent communication, through advocacy and reconciliation. So as Joy said, we want to look at sustainability plan. So part of our outcome is to see that these community members sustain our activities even beyond the project implementation of either 1 year or 2 years, depending on the timeline of the project. Next slide, Hanif. Yeah, then potential conflicts and obstacles. Part of it is unwillingness of parties or the government to participate in the peace building effort. We've seen situations whereby parties who are supposed to be involved actively in peace building activities refuse to comply, maybe due to mistrust, maybe due to issues known to them, or sometimes unwillingness of the government to really give a project team or an organization the opportunity to actually implement activities, which is a challenge because you cannot successfully implement any activity without the consent of the government and then the parties involved or the communities you are implementing. And then there can be the eruption of violence due to revolt from marginalized groups, because marginalized groups have been pushed to the wall, and as such, they can revolt. And their revolt can lead to violence, and it can affect activity implementation potentially. And then government interference in the process is also another obstacle to activity implementation, and natural disasters like earthquakes, hurricane, or typhoon as it's been called in Asia, and a number of natural disasters can hamper the implementation of this activity. And then another obstacle or potential conflict is the security of staff implementing or project team implementing activities on the field. Is also another challenge and obstacle that can hinder this project from achieving objectives. Next slide, Ali. Yeah, I think the last slide is how we choose to overcome these obstacles. And then part of it is confidence building among parties. So the parties involved in the conflict, if they show unwillingness to participate, all we need to do is to build their confidence. And how can we build their confidence? We need to go on courtesy visits to them. We need to have a meeting with their leaders. We need to pay advocacy visits to gatekeepers at the community level, and then at the local level. And then we need to pay advocacy visits to the government officials at the maybe federal level, at the top level, so that through advocacy, through mediation, we can get their buy-in and then overcome these obstacles to implementing these activities. Another way we choose to, we plan to overcome these obstacles is to avoid conflict hotspots. As project implementing partners, of course, we need to have a study to know about the security of a place, and then to try as much as possible to avoid conflict hotspots. In case we are implementing any activity and there's an eruption of violence or conflict, we are supposed to leave the spot at that time so as to avoid attack by community members while implementing activities. So this is what we've been able to come up with as Group 7. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thank you. You've done?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Bu Saroja?
I only had one question more. I think when you go to your slide, I think it was the slide where you talked about the outcomes. Slide, please.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't know if you meant that you wanted to increase patriotism amongst the parties, and that's one desire that you have for this project. Is that what, am I reading it correctly?
Hello?
Yes, is my question clear? You know, under outcome of project, your first point is increased patriotism amongst the parties. So are you saying that you would like to see increased patriotism amongst the parties in your research? One of the things that you would like the project to do, this project of promoting, you know, intercultural communication was, through exchanges, through youth exchanges, right, was to increase patriotism. Is that what you are looking at?
Maybe we didn't choose the right word, but what we had in mind was that if you have love for your country, then you would not be prone to these separatist tendencies. So that is the idea we wanted to put across, but maybe we used the wrong words. If that is the case, then we would try to review it and then we see the right words to put in place.
Sure. Thank you, Joyce. I think that was clarification, but at the same time, I also wanted to say that separatism is not when you view separatism as a negative thing, you have to ask from whose perspective is it negative, right? When there are lots of separatist movements out there, right? So many a times these separatist movements also come about because there is a history of violence against the groups that are, fighting for autonomy. There is a history of discrimination. There is a history of prejudice. So the separatist movements arise also as a way of fighting against the discrimination, against the tyranny, against the violence that is, that they actually suffer, right? So I just wanted to say that when you talk about patriotism, patriotism can also be seen in a negative way, right? So just to make you aware of that, that's a comment. Yeah. So just to bear that in mind, or for you to reflect on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Can you please? We can probably stop sharing screen so that. Thank you. Okay. So, no more comments. No other questions. So. No. Shall we move on to the next? And before we do that, once again, I want to remind you that this is not the end of the feedback. So you have lots of time in the next 2 weeks. We can do this through the WhatsApp participation WhatsApp group. Okay. WhatsApp. Well, I always get this wrong. What participants WhatsApp group? Okay. All right. Group 8. Ready? Who is presenting?
Sorry, Alberto, when I want to share the screen, Aisha here from Group 8. When I want to share the screen, the Zoom suddenly crashed. Let me try again.
Okay.
Can all of you see my screen
Yeah,
now?
we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Aisha. I'm from Group 8, and today we will present our proposed project. And the title of our project is Trauma Healing Project for Refugees in Pakistan. Okay. So who are the members of the project team? We consist of Asif Nadim. He's from Lahore, Pakistan, the location that we chose for this project. And fortunately, he has 15 years experience as teacher, trainer, social and peace activist. My name is Aisha, from Malaysia. I'm an anthropology and sociology student from UKM, National University of Malaysia. And we have Kebalang Songko. He's a student in Indonesia in UIN Sri Hidayatullah State University in Jakarta, and he's also currently pursuing business administration at United States. And the fourth one is Rick Jabari. Unfortunately, I couldn't contact him for his background, but I'm sure he has a good background as well. And what are the reasons for choosing to work on the proposed project is because we want to provide emotional support for refugees with traumatic experiences, and we want to help refugees who were compelled to abandon their country as a result of major wars, persecution, torture, and genocide. And what are our goals and objectives for our proposed project? When the refugee fled from their country, maybe their heart are filled with revenge. So we want to replace that revenge with dialogue, healthy dialogue, communication and resolution to their problems. And peace education makes the refugee useful for their families and also their respective country. And they also will be able to concentrate on their social and economic growth instead of focusing on their tragedy. And these people, they came from a war zone, so they need peace education, conflict resolution, and dialogue strategies like we're doing right now for resolution purpose in their countries. They can be a peace icon when they come back, go back to their country. So where will the project be carried out? We plan to carry this project in Pakistan because currently Pakistan having almost 3 million Afghan refugees and also Kashmiri refugees and also other refugees. Specifically, we want to choose this province called Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly, but yeah, this province is in Pakistan, and it hosts the largest population of Afghan citizens, 51%, 58.1% of them, followed by Balochistan, Punjab, Sindh, Islamabad, and also Azad Kashmir. So how will we carry out this project? So we plan to carry out this project in 12 months. We will conduct seminars, activities, training for refugees to come out from their trauma in their previous countries. And maybe during the training, we plan to assign them to volunteers who are willing to be their listening buddy so that they can share their stories and traumatic experiences in one of the segments. And we're also planning to do maybe friendly games, competition, various fun activities, and we may incorporate spiritual activities as well. So what will be likely outcomes of this project? Through these activities, we hope to bring good, active, useful, productive, and peaceful youth who can bring peace in their countries when they go back to their own countries. And we believe that emotionally healthy refugees, they can provide support to other refugees as well. And they can recover from their personality damage, and it'll help them being a good human being, and good human being will pursue a good cause in their life. So some of the potential that we foresee in our project is maybe language challenges, because as what my teammates told me from Pakistan, Afghan probably are not well versed in English or Urdu. They only know Pashto language. But we plan to hire Pashto language personnel to help us. And also among Afghan community, there are these custom and traditional values that they do not allow girls to participate in activities. So that might be one of our challenges, and also logistic problem to reach the location, because our group members are from different countries. So we have to think, we have to take that into consideration. Yeah, so actually that's all from our group. Thank you. Yes. I will stop sharing. Yeah, that's all from us. Maybe my teammates want to add something, but I'm not sure. They probably don't. Yeah, so that's all from us.
Okay.
Oh,
but do you have
but
any comments?
I still need to share it. Is it? Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. So maybe other participants have any question.
Anybody has any questions for this team? Very important project, yeah? Sorry, I lost my connection for a while there, but I only saw the slide which talked about your challenges. And one of the things you said was that because they speak Pashto, right? and that's going to be a challenge. So you are going to hire researchers who are well versed in Pashto language to talk to these refugees. So that's the cost of research involved as well and everything. So have you looked into that, where you are going to get funding to do this research? And
because I'm not really familiar with how with the Pakistan and how, but actually my teammate from Pakistan named Asif, he told me during our discussion that that government will sometimes support this kind of Pakistan government will support this kind of peace projects. So we might going to ask for grant from Pakistan government. Yeah, I'm not sure that, but I have to ask my Pakistan teammates about that.
Okay, thank you, Aisha.
Okay.
Are there any more comments or questions from the participants? No? Okay. Who do we have next?
Next is group 5.
Sean, do you have a question, is it? Sean?
Oh, sorry, Sean.
A comment, Sean?
I have a question related to Afghan refugees who are recently are in the Pakistan. They are.
Could you speak closer to the mic, Sean? It's difficult to hear you. If you could speak closer to the mic.
Yeah, my question is about related to Afghan refugees. How is this my voice clear or no?
Sean, we don't seem to be able to get your audio is not working properly.
Afghan refugees are struggling for their rights in Pakistan. And what they are facing, their circumstances.
What are refugee circumstances?
Yeah, can I just intervene here? Now, let's keep in mind that these are not like research projects, or you're not making a kind of like a statement about Afghan refugees in Pakistan. This is a proposal, so you are actually carrying out something that is a proposed project for peace. So, think in those terms, like you are actually trying to, if you look at, sorry, I'm so disjointed in my expression today. If you look at the other projects, they have a very clear purpose in terms of wanting to make some kind of changes or wanting to bring about, some kind of project that would make practical change, so it could be, so if you look at all the other projects, so the purpose of today is, as I said earlier, it's to share each other views, and so when you listen to someone else, I find this always very beneficial for myself. There is always the possibility that sometimes you feel that, oh, I know my topic so well and I don't need to listen to anybody. But then when you start to listen to someone else, you find that there is so much that I actually don't know, or there are other ways of looking at what I think I know. And so this is really important for the purpose of this, sharing that's going on. So you listen to someone else, and this is for your group, not for you alone, Rasha. So when you're looking at when you listen to some, I'm not going to mention any of the projects because then it might show that I'm, have some kind of favoritism. But what I'm trying to point out is that when you start looking at the other projects and you find that they have a very kind of manageable objective that you are going to do something that is going to make the change in terms of building peace. And if you remember, you go back and read the detailed outline that your project will need to be connected to the theme of ICCTP, and then we also listed out, what are some of the thematic things that we covered in this course. Yeah. And you will see, the conflict transformation. So you find some of the projects, they focus on that. Peace building, many of the projects focus on that, so it's specific. And it can be a project on dialogue, for example. It can be a project on reconciliation. And so it's not really a research project, but it's a project, when someone comes up with a peace project, what they're actually trying to do is not, they're not going to, it's not essentially an academic project. So someone is writing a book on peace philosophy, then it becomes an academic project. But here there are projects for peace. So what they're doing is, that's why I shared that, if you remember, I shared that the website, which shows all these different projects that have been funded by the Davis Foundation. And you will see that there are projects that are directed very specifically to certain kinds of outcomes that they hope to, that they hope will be achieved from the project. So you have, your group has come up with a fantastic project in terms of refugees, and so now you want to think in terms of, okay, what are we going to do? Are you going to try to do something that's going to help the refugees? And if you're going to do that, then the thing is that you ask yourself, why are you doing it? Are you doing it to assist the refugees? Or is it something to do with one of the conflict areas here is that people have, they discriminate against refugees. They have negative views about refugees. My country here in Australia is terrible. It's extremely awful. So what do we do? So if I'm going to run a project of refugees here, one of the things I'm going to do is to look at ways of how we can address the negative perceptions on refugees. So what do you do? It can be also a project that is focused on assisting refugees. So what are you going to do, that is going to be different from, say, the various NGOs that are focused on assisting and refugees? How is it going to be different from, say, the state, the government? So you got to think a bit more sort of creatively in terms of how are you going to connect with what we covered in the course, and how are you going to, who was it just now that presented saying that the starfish story, so you're actually trying to make, it's a small thing, seemingly a small thing, but you're actually trying to make a difference in the lives of someone. So, you got sort of like 2 weeks to streamline, tighten.
Polish it.
Yeah. Do you get my points?
Yeah, we need to find the actual purpose and connect it with the purpose of this program.
Yeah. So I think that's fantastic if you can do that, because there are passion, I'm very passionate about assisting refugees, but how do I do this, and the other thing is that it's not very easy to convert or transform one's passion into concrete projects. And so this is where the idea is to come up with concrete, manageable, feasible projects that 4 of you can carry out on your own.
Okay. Thank you.
So I hope that helps, So
yeah.
And don't interpret anything that I say as criticism, because
no.
all the projects that I've heard so far, I'm I'm thoroughly impressed, because if you ask me to do this in 3 days of group meetings, I will fail miserably. There's absolutely no way that I would be able to do what all of you have done. And I'm not saying this to be patronizing or to be, but I'm saying this out of genuinely being impressed. And I shouldn't be surprised, because all the participants here are so, highly qualified, so well experienced. The weight of experiences that you have, in fact, it blurs the distinction in this course between participants and presenters. I've learned so much from all of you. So I am really, in many ways, a participant. Yeah? So please take that into consideration. And I'm sure, Boo Saroja, who I know so well, would in fact share the kind of views and opinions that I have.
Absolutely. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Gosh, you wouldn't know what, how much of, I know, for lack of a better term, how much of cocaine that for me, it's going to sustain me for a long time. Sorry, I don't do drugs at all, but, like I said, for lack of a better term, yeah.
Yeah, don't use the word cocaine. You're freedom to hang you.
Sorry. For lack of a better term.
No, I think it's really amazing, and I really hope that we can continue. We can continue this connection that we have established, because many of us, we still are in touch with ICCTP from last year. So this is a good way of connecting, getting to know each other. And now it's also absolutely fabulous to see 4 of you from different parts of the world. Would you ever think that you would have known someone else, the various people that you have met in your group? I doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. And who do we have next?
Group 5, please, Nadif's group.
How many more groups do we have?
2 more. 2 more. Group 5, Nadif's group, and then group 11.
So my apologies. We were supposed to end at 8. We might take a few more minutes. Is that okay with all of you?
I think we're supposed to end at 5 Indonesian time, 5 o'clock Indonesian time. We're supposed to end at 5 o'clock.
Sorry. 5 o'clock. I have my watch here. I have Australian time, so sorry. Okay, thank you. So
it's 5:15 now.
Okay, so we'll try to finish as quickly as we can. Okay?
Yes.
So group 5.
Right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We are from group 5. And the member of our group are Jyoti Singh from India, Irfan Ullah from Pakistan, Boima Konek from Liberia, Nadif Musyafa, myself from Indonesia, and Hanan Kayat from Lebanon. But first of all, we'd like to convey condolences for our colleague from Japan because of terrible news that have been sent in the group, if there is.
Yes.
So yeah, all right. So in today's presentation, we'd like to deliver regarding promoting peace through intercultural dialogue. All right. Please, for Hanan dan Kayat, you can deliver your part. Hanan, are you available? All right. We are very sorry. So propose to choose this topic because our group has diversity in nationalities, cultures, and background from another area in the world. And intercultural.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
My connection is not so good, so I'm hearing things like it's coming late.
Oh, all right. Do you want to take your part, or may I continue this slide? I think I can.
Please proceed.
Okay, all right. So intercultural dialogue plays a vital role in solving and preventing conflict, and dialogue can release tension. So any situation can be kept from escalation. That's the point that we'd like to deliver regarding the purpose. And the objective of this research, Jyoti, would you like?
Yes, I'm here. The sole objective of our project we have put it into 3 points mainly. First one, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
First one is to develop an understanding about intercultural dialogue. Second one is to promote peace through intercultural dialogue among various parts of the world, mainly from the group members. We belong to different 5 countries, so we will focus on that. Third one is to make people aware about the positive outcomes of intercultural dialogue through the use of social media platforms. Next one is methodology. Nadif, change the slide. Yeah. We are focusing on qualitative methods. Here we will make use of social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter to target our sample unit to share for sharing our knowledge and understanding about intercultural dialogue among people. For this, we can organize workshop, lecture, conference, talk, or some webinars targeting our sample unit, so that and while organizing our conferences or workshop, we will also note down the experiences and voices of people from different parts of the world, and later on we will by using content analysis, we will try to produce it in a form of research paper or something. If something great comes out, we will try to combine it into a book form. Next, Nadif, positive outcomes.
Right, thank you, Jyoti. And we'd like to also deliver the positive outcomes of this intercultural dialogue. First of all, healthier communities and reducing conflict. That's from regional scope, yeah. And intercultural dialogue was valuable in maintaining international peace and security. Moreover, society will maintain peace and compromise with each other, and moreover, towards the recent government. And then the next positive outcome is it's about trade, it's about economy, and increase regional, national, and international commerce. That's a national and international scope. So even though many scholars argue about peace through commerce, so commerce can create peace, but that also can be, can be vice versa. Like peace can make commerce. Yeah, that's kind of thing. And then personal growth through increased tolerance. So this is individual scope. Tolerant people show strength in that they can deal with different opinions and perspective. That's the sentence that we'd like to underline. Tolerant, yeah, that can make personal growth. And then Irfan, are you here? Please, if you'd like to take your part. Irfan?
I think Irfan is not there.
Right. So sorry everyone. So potential problems or obstacles carrying this project. So first, anxiety will be usually defined because a situation of human being condition where the person includes a sensation of unease plus nervousness. But we have to, like solution how to deal with this obstacle. When dealing with this different culture, one must not make any predetermined assumptions about their opposite numbers of culture. And then the second problem or challenge is prejudice. Is another notable and important barrier to cross-cultural communication. So prejudice refers to irrational judgment passed on certain groups or individuals. We hope you've known about this, yeah. And the solution here is language is a trade gate of communication. So it refers to a source which exchanges values, ideas, and thought between two exchange group. So prejudice also, this challenge can be can be vanished, yeah, because of the communication in that. And then the next challenge is cultural relativism, is another most notable barrier of intercultural communication. So we have also solution here. For this objective, an answer for cross-cultural communicators is that will individuals must achieve a fundamental knowledge of each other ethnicities and thoughts. The fourth challenge is language. So vocabulary, syntax, idiom, slang, and dialects all cause difficulty, but the person struggling with a different language is at least aware when he or she is in difficulty. Let's directly move to the fifth challenge is non-verbal challenge. So every culture has a special buzz of implication. So people from different cultures inhabit non-verbal sensory world. The sixth challenge is preconceptions and stereotypes. So stereotypes, like we've known, are overgeneralization which help make sense of what goes on around us. And the last challenge that more likely we will face is tendency to evaluate. So each individual's culture appears correct, proper, and natural. So each individual tends to endorse or reject the statements or action of others, rather than try to properly understand the thoughts and feelings expressed. Well, this program, the time duration is not fixed by us, so we want to keep it going throughout. Would like to promote the intercultural dialogue via social media that we've mentioned before, like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. So it's kind of process. It's kind of process, and there is no fixed time. And our target population will be youth from different countries of the group members, because majority of us came from third world country, and people from third world country that are aware with the peace building and intercultural dialogue are more likely people in the people with educational background. So it's not just about youngsters or youth, but youngster in the with academic background or in the college or university background. That's our presentation for today. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I like the project that you intend to conduct. My question to you is that, or for you to consider, is that what you presented, a great deal of what you presented is at a conceptual level, and it's fabulous. You all four of you or five of you have got such a very good understanding of dialogue, the processes of dialogue, and you only said very little about the concrete project that you're going to conduct. So this is where I would suggest that you look into, and to keep the theoretical the theoretical part of your proposed project, keep it short, but expand on the substantive aspects of how you're going to carry out the project. So if you recall, when Michaelis Michael presented his session on dialogue, he actually provided very concrete, specific dialogical projects. So he, if you recall, he spoke about the Sri Lankans, bringing the Tamil and the Sinhala people living in Melbourne together to dialogue. And the dialogue is not just a matter of trying to reconcile differences. It's not just a matter of trying to resolve conflict, but it is what the purpose was to enhance understanding. So this is where I think, perhaps you might want to look more closely as to some of the readings that Michael, Dr. Michael has provided in my class. So, I'll be happy to respond in more detail about dialogue and perhaps even think about various sorts of projects. If you recall, one of the things I said about dialogue, because I was appointed as the director of the Center for Dialogue at La Trobe University, and all our dialogical projects was to do with Australia-Indonesia dialogue at the track 2 or track 3 kind of dialogue. We brought people together, academics, journalists, members of parliaments, to meet on the other side, the Indonesians, and they all sat around the table and they talked to one another. They shared their views, their experiences, their ideas and perceptions, and even tried to deal with stereotypical images they might have of each country. I'll be happy to send the link, or can ask Mas Ari to do it, a link of where I wrote about this Australia-Indonesia dialogue. Now, when one of the things I was talking to Michaelis, who is really an expert on dialogue, and I said that I asked about, if you recall, I asked about the question, how effective is it going to be when you bring people together to sit around the table? So we organized an interreligious dialogue in Melbourne. So we brought leaders from the Islamic faith, both Shia and Sunni. We brought Hindu leaders. We brought, invited several church leaders. So they all came and sat around the table. And then I noticed two things that happened. One was that they all shared their own stories about their religion. At the end, they all stood up and they shook hands and they left the room. But the question is, did anything change from there? They went back to their own churches, and it was a time where we brought the Islamic leaders from the Egyptian group with the Coptic Christian, and then when they left, after hugging each other, they started criticizing each other. The second thing I realized was that there was no women. They were all males. So how can we possibly have a dialogue of religion when we have 50% of the human population, or 50% of the different groups that were supposed to be dialoguing not there? Third is that they all, sorry, I did say two, but the third was they all sat around the table, they ate together, they drank together, they spoke, they listened, and they left. But I then suggested a number of different projects. Dialoguing through football, bringing people together from different cultural groups to play a football match through sporting events. Dialoguing through gardening, getting them to start community gardens and people from different cultural backgrounds. So why I'm saying all this is for you to start thinking more creatively. How are you going to bring about to to formulate projects that focus on that? Sorry about that. Now, the last point I want to make is the concept of tolerance. So let's take the word tolerance. When you drink hot water, if the water is hotter than what you can drink, then you say that it has reached your level of tolerance. That means anything that's hotter, you cannot. If it is hotter, then you would say that I'll still drink it, but I don't like it. So the concept of tolerance used in terms of intercultural interactions occurs like this. You want to make people like each other, not make people sort of say, I don't mind you, although I don't like you. You get what I'm saying? So the point is that we have to try to encourage people to be more accepting of the differences and understanding of the differences. So that's my only issue with tolerance. But I won't go on anymore. But thank you so much. It's a wonderful project, and I look forward to.
I have like one
yes,
thing,
sure.
if you can just clarify. So I can understand from what you said that to talk about tolerance, first of all, we have to talk about acceptance. So we have
yeah, sorry, let me clarify. I would prefer to use the word acceptance rather than tolerance.
Okay.
Okay, so I, for example, and this is a view that is shared by many, because what happens is that in Australia, for example, we have people that say, I will tolerate this other group of people. They can come and stay in Australia. That's okay, I'll tolerate them. But I really don't like them, but I'll just tolerate them. But when you say the next level is actually acceptance, when Australians begin to say, oh, they are different people and I accept them into my community. You get what I'm saying? So it's not just an issue of tolerance where we are trying as much as possible to strengthen intercultural relations and understanding with one another so that people would actually like. And this intercultural also takes place through this, it's not multicultural, but it's intercultural. So the acceptance begins where Australians begin to learn how to dance Indian dances, and then they begin to understand about the culture of another group of people.
Of others, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's what I meant, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I'm rushing and before my boss tells me to shut up, so I have to. Mas Ari, of course, Dr. Ari.
Thank you so much, Park Alberto, for your inputs.
Yeah. Okay. We have the last group, right?
Thank you so much, first of all, Pak Alberto, and would like to reach out about the Australian Indonesian intercultural dialogue that you've mentioned before. Yeah.
Yes. I will send you the. I wrote a paper about it. Yeah. Okay. Final group 11. Who is presenting?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All yours.
I would like to request my friend, Ma'am Darang, to please share our slides, ma'am. Okay, so hello everyone. Our group consider the importance of education in all aspects of our life. So our proposal might be as an ordinary topic, but we are pretty sure that it will have a huge impact in our society. So the project name of our proposal is the importance of education in building peace process. Okay, so we have here the team members. Next slide, please.
Wait lang.
So we are 4 in the group. So the first one, we have Mas Ferma Aftagiray, no, one of the brilliant international student from Indonesia. Then the second one is Mr. Shan Muhammad. Yeah, so one of the best historians from Pakistan. Then the third one is Mr. Wambiano Chanji Abdil, an advocate and a PhD human rights student. Again, so the last one is me, yours truly, Lalin Pismundo, an educator from the Philippines. Next slide, ma'am. Third slide, ma'am.
Yeah, wait.
So this is the reason why we choose the topic, the importance of education in building peace process, because the group considered the importance of building the perspective of equality for all and to consider the nonviolent conflict resolution. So for all we know, the opportunities for reform and constructive change frequently arise during and after conflict. So as peace education programs assist educators in educating the next generation to better understand and address issues that can undermine the role of law, and preparing students to serve as the next generation of leaders in establishing a more just society. And also to stop armed conflict and violence, save lives, and free up scarce resources for societal needs. We think that peace education is a crucial cornerstone. Okay, so I would like to call on Mas Ferma for the next discussion.
All right, thank you, Bolalen. So, yeah, hello everyone. I would like to present about our proposal. I think you have seen about the proposal, the importance of education and how we build the peace process. So we realizing that the conflict itself happened because of the mindset of people like supremacy, ethnic. Discrimination and racism, and then we try to find this solve. It's one of the way to solve the problem itself. It's through the education. So we're realizing that the education is one way to creating a better world. So that one of the effort that we can achieve is how to tell the youth and also teach the youth and also people about how life will be better if we instill a mindset of tolerance and love of peace towards all of the people. So we have a objective and also we have a goals. We have a target to influence some young people. And yeah, you people, the other people to join, to promote the peace. And yeah, to spread this good music, we will using through the social media. So basically, we want to transform the mindset of young people to become considerate to each other without racism, discrimination, and to help create a good society or environment, good comfortable space for everyone without feeling disturbed and also without being threatened by the others. So in this project, actually, it's really simple, but I think it will give huge impact. We will maximize the project by using the social media platform, and also Bulalen, because she is the lecturer in her university. She also want to try it to implement it on her university. Also, through the community, crucial environment, education, and youth misinformation. So next slide. Yes. Also, one of the way the project will be carried out is by using the promotional or the campaign video. In this video, we will spread the message about peace, about how to tolerance towards all people. We want to change the mindset of the people about being tolerant, not being racist, also not being the discrimination, to become love to all of people and also ethnicity. So also the next presentation will be presented by Mr. Shan. We'll give the floors to Mr. Shan. Thank you.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes, we are, Sean.
Thank you so much. I think a little bit misunderstanding between our team members. I gave the other outcomes of my project instead of these three. I have 10 other outcomes of my project. So I want to say a story about these two I prepared and worked some other times. I asked them to add these one except these three. So I will discuss these 10 where I studied on these projects. If you can allow me to.
Sean, we are concerned about time because we are 40 minutes over time. So is it possible? But I want to hear your story. But is it possible for you to type the story on the participants' WhatsApp group?
Yeah, I sent them already, but maybe it's I miss. So my outcome, first outcome is how does education promote peace and unity? Any education makes peace. Any education makes people able to focus on learning. This education can be any type of education, like science education or arts or any else. Through education, we can make our opinion toward peace. Most probably, education gives us awareness for human rights. And the second one is why are educational environments very crucial to peace education? And my point of view is this: every student in the world have different environment to learn. Sometimes economic competition makes a student depressed, and cultural identity too. Cultural identity also make sometimes student depressed. So we have to forget this cultural identity, and we live in a unity. And the third one is why is peace education important in our present time? I think peace education are not only I think peace education are not only valuable and well-known academic knowledge and research skills, but also real ability to save lives and can protect people from harm caused by violence, because it provides a reasonable understanding which shows that collisions are not negative. They are naturally transformative as well as natural. The ruinous force mistreats people and threatens the structure on which society is built into a force of benevolent change that positively bring about real enhancement to society. As a result of that, society flourish in a positive manner and plays its role in the progress of the nation and country. A peaceful environment naturally produces a positive impact on the life of its people while making them more understanding, mature, and energetic. And the fourth one is what is the role of education to resolve the conflict. Student can give student can give the knowledge. Student can give the knowledge. Education tell us how to live in an environment. We have to create a safe environment. We not to discuss any violent thing. We have to create an discourse environment because discourse environment always give us something innovative, and we can learn and give back them in a peaceful environment. The fifth one is how can education contribute to a better awareness? Mostly people believe.
Sean, sorry to interrupt here. I'm really concerned about time, and we have to finish off. Is it possible for you to share all that on what you've written to the WhatsApp group?
Yeah, I just share it.
Okay, thank you so much thank you so much for your understanding, because we were supposed to finish at 5 o'clock, and it's now almost 10 to 6. So my sincere apologies.
But I have a question that whenever I asked something, every time the time has been over.
I'm sorry, because you know, it's not against you, okay? It's just that the time is limited, so we can only try as much as possible to to share the time with as many. Yeah, so I'm really sorry. Okay, I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah, so please don't be offended or take it personally. It's not not directed to you at all. Okay, so
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to the group. And once again, I want to stress that that this is not the end of the feedbacks. You will continue in the next 2 weeks, and by the time you reach the time of when your proposal is due, you would have pretty much the final bit to submit. So now tomorrow we have, hopefully everything works, and that's why the ICCTP team, they're going to have a very late night, because they've got quite a bit to still go through for the field trip tomorrow. So the session tomorrow will begin at 10 o'clock Indonesian time, and we are going to take you on a virtual tour through Yogyakarta and to the village of Turi. So we're hoping that things work. To all to all our Muslim brothers and sisters, I wish you what do you call it? Eid Mubarak. Yes, that's tomorrow, isn't it?
Actually, we can choose either tomorrow or Sunday.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
there are two, there are two opinions about that.
Yeah.
The ulama
anyway,
have different. Yeah.
So those of you who are celebrating tomorrow, I wish you tomorrow. I'll wish you for tomorrow. But those who are celebrating on Sunday, I'll wish you tomorrow for Sunday. Okay. But it is for all of us. Okay. Now, once again, my sincere apologies for dragging this session right to quite late, and I hope you forgive us for not keeping to the time. And if you can hear the background, my cat is complaining. You heard that. So anyway, do you have any last minute things to say? And then tomorrow we will have the final field trip, and after the field trip we'll have an opportunity to say something, you know, to bid farewell, or perhaps the better words that we can use is, rather than farewell, we will just say see you later. Okay, are you all okay? Did you want to say anything, Juliana?
Yeah, what time are we starting tomorrow?
10 o'clock in Indonesian time.
10 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah. So my boss is here. So boss,
hello.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, we are preparing all the equipment for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is a lot. Yeah. I feel really sorry. We work very well. All of us, we work very well. It's a, you know, total teamwork, and they even tolerate. I use the word tolerates because they even tolerate my jokes, and my sense of humor. So sometimes I tease them, and it can be quite tactless. So, and they tolerate. They don't like it, but they say, you know, it's okay. This old man can say anything he wants. So we get along really well, and I think after this, my boss would not want to work with me anymore because I have too much. I ask for too much. So
no.
So come on, this is the cat. Keeps always hassling me.
How can I say that to a wonderful person like you, Prof?
Okay. Any other questions before we say good night for today?
Night.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, Sean said that my cat is cute. I'm assuming that it's my cat rather than myself. So.
Thank you so much for the session. I actually learned quite a lot from the group, and also comments, feedbacks from Pa and Bu Sharoja. Thank you for today. See you all tomorrow.
It's been a long day.
I think we you know, I keep stressing this, I keep repeating myself. This is a group project, okay? So it's a group project among the 4 of you, but it is a group project of the whole course. It's a group project of all the presenters and the participants, okay? So let's think, let's think as a group, let's feel as a group, and so don't feel that if I make any statements, don't take it personally. It's not you. It is we, you know, all of us, we want all of you to, and all of us, we have to work really very hard, you know. We have to work so hard because outside the world is not a pleasant place. But having said that, you know, you see what we also want what we also want you to remember is that the people who are violent, the people who kill, the people who in fact commit all these acts of atrocities, and the people who treat minorities and women poorly, they are a minority, you know, they're a very small group of people. But the news, the media focuses disproportionately of the bad news, but not the good news. So there is so much of goodness, so much of kindness, so much of generosity, so much of, you know, love that is being shared in this world of ours. And I will give you a link in the next few days, because I belong to a group where they share good news. So something good happens, they put that, because that's where we want to share, you know, yeah, you're right. Godfrey says, unfortunately, the world believes that bad news sells. it's not the world, you know. Sorry, Godfrey, I disagree there. It's just a very small group of people who run the media moguls, and they are the ones who tell us what we should look at. And we have also been conditioned to think that violence is great. Our movies, our, you know, the news channels, they all promote this idea that we want to, and even, you know, social media and the various video games, they all promote violence. And I think, you know, we have to have video games that promote peace and love. We have to have newspapers, media that promote peace. And that's where we need to change it. So sorry, I don't get me talking, okay, because you'll be staying here for another 2 hours. Okay, take care.
Okay, so bye everyone. Bye.
Selamat malam.
Bye, selamat malam. Take a rest, Prof.
Okay, yeah, so call me if you need anything.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
And bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mustaq, I wanted to ask you, I know your brother, right? Is Yakin your brother?
Yes. He's my brother, yes. He informed me about you.
Okay, great. Say hello from me to him.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hasta mañana.
Bye. Park Alberto. Hello.
Okay.
Park Alberto, I want to say something.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
I don't think tomorrow is a farewell for all of us. I think it's a good beginning for all of us as an international group of
Excellent.
peace love.
That's right. Yes, it's not a farewell. It's just as I mentioned, it's just see you later. Yeah. So it's we have spent 5 intensive, or 6, it'll be 6 tomorrow, intensive days together. We've got to know each other. There's so much more that we can know of each other. But tomorrow you'll meet a lot more people. Yeah. So you will see the other part of
I think
Yogyakarta.
we should keep on growing our network, like the way violent people are growing their network. We should work on in growing our peace-loving network.
Yes, there is already a network. It's called Deep Network. So
Yes,
all
I have
the
seen that
so
on
the
your
various
Facebook.
people that you have met, like Gloria, Sophia, Michalas, Jenny, Murphy, Gigio, Marisol,
Okay.
they all members of the Deep, and this project, the ICCTP, is a Deep project. We designed the project and we work in collaboration. And this is one of the things that we do. So we are planning to work, and we don't we don't just look for universities in kind of Western countries, but we look for universities in the global South, and we try to work with them.
Okay. That's
So
great.
that's the little thing that we do. We also have groups in India, and they're not so active, but Jyoti, if you want to set up, we call them deep circles. So a circle is where you bring a group of your friends together and people that you know who you can work well together. And then you set up this thing that we call a circle. And the reason we call it a circle is we don't believe in having leaders. We believe that it's a circle of equals, and they all work together as equals, irrespective of gender, age, or disability, or whatever. Sexuality, it does not matter. It doesn't matter for us. As long as you share the common passion that we have. We want We just basically want a better world. That's it.
Me too, sir. That's why I'm here.
So if you can get a group of like-minded people come together, bring, I'll be most happy to talk to them about the circle. The circle works pretty, it's, autonomous. The network just brings all these circles together through our web page.
Okay, sir.
And there's, and
I will
we,
do that.
yeah. And the other thing, Jyoti, is often people say, oh, you need to have money to run these kinds of projects. And what I say is that for us, time is our currency, not money. So,
Yes.
so in other words, each one contributes his or her time. So Mas Idam, who is now, he couldn't join us because he's not feeling well. So Idam is the web administrator for Deep. So he just contributes his time, and he's so busy. But all of us, we whatever time we have, we allocate, and there's no pressure. So this is how it works.
Okay, sir. That's great. I will be a part of this. I want to be a part of Deep Network.
Okay, good. And Deep at the moment, it means, and the other thing too is that what I've when I designed, or rather when I set up Deep and wrote the concept paper for it, why I chose the word deep. The word itself means dialogue, empathic engagement, and peace building. So I believe that the first thing we always have to do is to know the person, and that's through dialogue. And dialogue doesn't mean just talking. It can be just eye contact. It can be verbal communication. It can be non-verbal communication. Then we also believe that once we talk and listen actively to the other person, and the reason we do this is because we engage empathically. And once empathetic engagement occurs, and that's when we can build peace. Because let me put it this way: if I know you, and if I begin to feel a connection with you, and I feel that we are connected, not just as brothers and sisters, but we are connected to Mother Nature, then there's absolutely no way am I ever going to hurt you. Because
empathy is always important, because if the thought of separating ourselves from others is a problem, if we look other as ourselves and seeing their sufferings as our own, then problem will be solved.
Precisely.
Like
I couldn't have said it any better.
Shoes. Yeah. It's like stepping into other shoes and then seeing from their perspective and their lifestyle or conditions.
So I propose, So I propose to our group that we change the name. So sorry, the name will remain Deep, but the words that make up Deep will change. So it will be dialogue, empathy, ecology, and peace.
Yes, fine.
So I've already written the concept paper for this, and several members of the global circle, which includes Gloria, Marisol, Gigio, and they will,
I'm not so much aware about the scholars involved in peace, the thinkers involved in peace, but I do understand the importance of peace in life, as well as importance of being empathetic and show kindness towards each other, because I practice it in my daily life. Earlier I used to get offended very easily, but when I started to change my lifestyle, it has given me positive outcomes. So practically I'm very much aware about peace, kindness, love, affection, and its importance in life, but I may lack knowledge theoretically or in academic level.
You're absolutely right. But I think it's also important because indeed we say that whatever we do has to be informed by our
Presently, I'm working with women political leaders at grassroots level of India. Like because I'm a scholar in political science, so I had taken the topic as women in political leadership because I'd seen that politics plays an important role in everyone's life, and in politics we see that there are male domination everywhere. Like leaders are generally males, and they are running the global politics. So I
and they are
feel
doing a very bad job, I can tell you. So
yeah, we can see that Russia, Ukraine, now Japanese former prime minister being killed. Everywhere, whatever you see, the atrocities are being happening. You will see male hands, not female hands.
that's right. And
So
all the countries in the world that are most progressive at the moment are all countries led by women. So you have
I
New
also don't
Zealand.
feel in developed and underdeveloped concept. What developed people, yeah, though they are developed, obviously they are developed with technology and education, but their notion of development doesn't, I don't get attached to it because they have developed technologies and different kind of things which has negative impacts on our lifestyle, like depression, anxiety, weight gain, unhealthy, like more and more getting more prone to towards diseases and all. And now they are talking about organic food, sticking to towards nature, what has been being practiced in underdeveloped countries.
Exactly. So one thing before you go on, I want to invite you to not use the word development. So, I think this is a as I said the other day, I think I said it's a con job. So it's a continuation of the colonial project, and the Western nations, the Western institutions continue to dominate us through this concept of development. And then when you go to a country like
They
India,
have internalized us with the idea of being inferior and superior. If you speak in English in India, you will get, oh my God, they speak so well English. You will get an extra advantage here in India.
I know.
Our concept of black and white is there. Or there are so many funny things happening in India and or like Southeast Asia.
We must change it, and
Yes, we have to.
and you have to take on the leadership role and work with like-minded people and change that. Now, before Sean accuses me of stopping him from talking, he wanted to say something. Sean?
Yes, sir.
See, I can get along with Sean so well now that I can joke with him. Sean, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. First of all, I am very thankful to Jyoti Singh. She was talking very well. And the other thing is this, sir, I think peace education is very important for us. But in some way, the peace education is our peace process is very critical, crucial, and very competent for in some way. How we can make our society peaceful, or they have to live together with their without any ethnicity, any culture, or any other thing which makes our society conflicted.